What have you got in your background there, Sammy?
Okay, all right, we're going live while we try to figure out what that circle. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, June 15th meeting of the Carrboro Town Council. We'll start out first, Kathy, with doing a roll call of members here.
All right, thank you, and happy Tuesday, everyone.
I apologize, Kathy. I had to open this twice.
It's okay. You're here.
Yeah.
All right. Mayor Lydia Lavelle.
Present.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Barbara Foushee.
Present.
Councilmember Jacqueline Gist.
Present.
Councilmember Randy Haven O'Donnell.
Present.
Councilmember Susan Romaine.
I'm present.
Councilmember Damon Siles. And Councilmember Sammy Slade and his wonderful helper.
Present. Thank you, Kathy.
All right, very good. We will start our meeting as we usually do with a poetry reading by our poet laureate, Fred Joyner. I saw him in the waiting room. So Kathy, if you can bring him on over.
Good evening, everybody.
Hello, Fred.
How you all doing?
Good.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to shout out. I wanted to shout out the Pulitzer Prizes this year. A queer Native American poet won the Pulitzer for poetry this year for her book, post-colonial love poem, Natalie Diaz. I mean, how much better could you get? An acknowledgement of all of our voices, all of the voices, the many complex voices we have in our lives. So I wanted to shout her out. I'm ashamed I don't have her latest book. I'm going to fix that next week. I'll read something from her probably next week, but I'm going to read from in continuing our celebration, or not even our celebration, but our acknowledgement of what we are learning about, what we've learned all year about queer voices and queer creative voices. This is Malcolm Tariq's book, Heed the Hollow. He's a poet from Savannah, Georgia. And that's where my father's mother's people are from. And so I just watched this documentary called High on the Hog. If anybody hasn't seen that, you should check that out. And so I'd been watching that, and this poem spoke to me. On Sullivan's Island, I heed a path trodden before me. I am this impaired forgetting and forgetting and forgetting. What else is this wave crashing into shore but an attempt to cleave remembrance? Overhead, the dark sky engulfs the low country. Once welcome spot and terror for the ancestors, always a nest for captors. Now, baby strollers and casual dog walks file before a single marquee meant to hold a place for history. Leisure, where once labor. What work have I come here to do besides witness? I go from shore to shore, seeking clarity, to stand on the threshold of past and present where land and sea court death. I search my mind for what remains of generational sanity. There is nothing but bondage. Ahead, a sign reads, deadly currents, deep holes, and forbids the swim out. I could chase the distance with salt. I could run face forward into what has already claimed me without regret. The ocean swallows the whole of me. I could join it or become another buoy, signaling lost. So Yeah, that's Heed the Hollow, Malcolm Tariq. Please check this book out. It's a really beautiful book of beautiful poems. So thank you.
That was awesome, Fred. Thank you. Really, really descriptive.
Yeah, it's beautiful work.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Fred.
Sure.
Okay, council members, we're moving on now to, we actually have 3 different proclamations. And for the first proclamation, Kathy, I think we want to bring over Dr. Hamlet. And also if Joel Hall Brown is on, we want to bring her over as well. I think she's on. I see Jonathan. That must be Joel.
Okay, that's what I was just getting ready to ask.
Yeah. So what I have found interesting is, so I see Dr. Hamlet's name and I see her face. Hello, Dr. Hamlet. Good to have you here with us. And I see what looks to be probably Joel Brown coming on here. So yeah, there we go. Hey, Joel.
Hey, sorry. It's always Jonathan is always his name is up there. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I knew it was you. And the funny thing is, I was thinking that I wanted you 2 to be here for our 3rd proclamation, teacher, which I hope you stick around for.
I will.
We actually have you here also to, I guess, hear and receive the Juneteenth proclamation because Joel, you're the 2nd vice president of the NAACP.
Yes. And the 3rd vice president is with me also. She may be for that one as well.
Okay. And then I know, and Dr. Hamlet, I know the Chapel Hill Carrboro school system is one of the co-sponsors of a lot of the events going on around Juneteenth. So really happy to have you both here with us tonight. So let me first read the Juneteenth proclamation.
And Lydia, sorry to interrupt you, Lydia, but I think I just heard Joel mention that Anna Richards, 3rd vice president of the chapter, is also in the waiting room.
Did she make it there?
Yes,
Okay,
and
I'm so
I
sorry.
just brought her over,
Okay.
so she should be popping up right now.
No, that's awesome. Thank you. I know we tried to also get Donna, and she was engaged tonight. So let's see, Anna.
Hi, I'm here. I'm in a car, but
Okay.
I wanted to be on because this is our first Juneteenth, and so I'm happy to be here.
Awesome. We're happy to have you too. So
Donna sends her apologies. She has, as you know, she's a doctoral student and she's in class tonight.
Yeah, I know. I think Mary told me that she had a conflict. So I'm really glad the 3 of you were here for this one. So let me go ahead and read this proclamation. Whereas on June 19th, 1865, Union Army General Gordon Granger landed at Galveston Island, Texas, with approximately 2,000 troops. The Civil War had ended the previous month. These Union forces were tasked with taking control of Texas and enforcing the Emancipation Proclamation. And whereas that same day, on the balcony of Ashton Villa, General Granger read his General Order Number 3, which stated, "The people of Texas are informed that in accordance with a proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This involves an absolute equality of personal rights and rights of property between former masters and slaves, and the connection heretofore existing between them becomes that between employer and hired labor. And whereas the Emancipation Proclamation had been signed by President Abraham Lincoln on September 22, 1862, but the slaves in Texas were unaware of it until being told by General Granger, reaction to the news ranged from jubilation to shock, and the freed slaves took to the streets to celebrate. And whereas in the years that followed, June 19th was commemorated by the holiday of Juneteenth, the words June and 19th. Whereas on January 1st, 1980, Texas became the first state to recognize Juneteenth as a state holiday. And on August 23rd, 2007, North Carolina approved Session Law 2007-450, an act recognizing Juneteenth, National Freedom Day in North Carolina. And whereas although Juneteenth is not a federal holiday or a North Carolina state holiday, on July 14, 2020, the Carrboro Town Council voted to recognize Juneteenth as a paid holiday for employees. And whereas a coalition of local organizations, including the town of Carrboro, invites the community to be a part of the first annual Chapel Hill Carrboro Juneteenth celebration on June 18 and 19. A schedule of virtual and in-person events can be found on the town webpage. Now, therefore, be it resolved, I, Lady Lavelle, Mayor of Carrboro, do hereby proclaim the observance and commemoration of Juneteenth on June 19th, 2021 in the town of Carrboro, and encourage all residents of Carrboro to learn about and celebrate this historic occasion and to participate in the Juneteenth celebration this weekend. This is the 15th day of June, 2021. And so this is our first official Juneteenth, where this Friday is a town holiday in commemoration of the weekend. So thank you all for being here. And I don't know if Dr. Hamlet, Joel, Anna, if any of you want to say anything, you're welcome to go ahead.
So I'll go first, and I'll say that Juneteenth is a celebration of freedom and the resiliency of a people. So I hope everyone participates in the events that are this weekend. I also hope that everyone reads that wonderful, well-written book by Annette Gordon Reed, Juneteenth. It's a small book, but it's a great book. I've read it myself, and I highly recommend it. It will give you the history of Texas viewed in a different way. And so on behalf of the chapter, we are so glad that many are partnering with us to recognize this, because Black history is American history.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thanks, Joel. Thank you for that. Dr. Hamlet?
Sure. I'll just add, and thank you all for having me this evening. I will just add, from the school system perspective, we are so excited to join the Chapel Hill Carrboro NAACP Youth Council's Juneteenth celebration. So actually one of those in-person events is at Carrboro Town Commons from 3 to 5 on June 19th. So we're really excited about that. So we want folks to stop by our table and say hello. And we really truly hope that that is just an opportunity for our students and our community to engage with each other, to really see this as a celebration and learn more about Juneteenth and the role that, Black history and what I call Black reality and the continued fight for freedom in Chapel Hill, Carrboro, and beyond. I think it's so important to engage our students in this work. And I'm just honored that we get to partner with the Youth Council on that. So thank you again for having us.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Hamlet.
Yeah.
Would you like to say any comments for us, or? Anna, I know you're traveling in the car, so maybe you're not able to chime in. But
Okay, I'm here.
Yes.
I did want to highlight a couple things from the planning, and I hope that folks will join in. Joel mentioned the book read. There is an online and in-person event at Flyleaf on Friday at 7, as well as the kickoff, which I know many of our Black public electeds and others are a part of. And so there will be a lot of online events. Also, I would encourage you to participate in the motorcades. They're starting from 2 separate places on Saturday at 4 o'clock. And we're really hoping that people will come out and decorate their cars and be a part of the motorcades on Saturday. And then on Saturday evening, there's music following the family-friendly event at Carrboro. In Carrboro, there'll be music along Franklin Street, as well as the I Am Still Singing exhibit, which chronicles the history of women involved in the movement at Studio 9 on Franklin Street, 109 rather. So there's lots of activities, and I am also proud to say that the branch provided awards for our first annual What Freedom Means to Me art contest, and partnering with the Chapel Hill Carrboro City Schools. We had 3 first place winners, 1 from elementary, middle, and high school, and 3 runners up. And those entries will be available on the website as well, and they're just amazing. So please take a look and celebrate our young people who participated. We had 38 entries from the school district, and the work is outstanding. So please join in and encourage others to participate in this first annual Juneteenth event, and we celebrate our community and each other.
Thank you. Thanks, Anna, for that recap of a lot of what's going on this weekend. You don't sound like a past president. You sound like you're still really involved, know everything that's going on. So thank you for sharing all that with us. Let's see. I see that Jackie and Randy have their hands up. Jackie.
Thank you. Very quickly, I want to thank everybody for being here tonight, but mainly for the work you've done, not just in the past year, but in the past years, and for bringing our community to this important juncture. I also think it's probably because of your work, including Barbara. I don't know if any of you know, but within the past hour, the Senate unanimously passed bill making Juneteenth a federal holiday. So I think it's the four of you who did that. So that's real exciting. That's a milestone. I don't know if people had heard it, but thank you for all you've done and all you continue to do for our community.
Thanks, Jackie. Let's see, Randy.
Yeah, thank you, Joel, and thank you, Dr. Hamlet, and Anna, and Barbara. I wanna say two things. One, if you haven't checked into the Juneteenth scavenger hunt, you gotta do it. It is so much fun. It's hard, and it's in great support of the Buy Black Chapel Hill Carrboro NAACP Economic Development and program. It's great. I've had a lot of fun with it. It isn't easy. You really have to know your stuff. That's the first thing. The second thing I want to say is when I first moved to North Carolina in 1978, and I was teaching at Frank Porter Graham, one of the things that we did, I very quickly got involved with the community of Frank Porter Graham, and we held Juneteenth events at the school each year, and that was my way of learning about the event and the holiday and the significance of the history, and to just see that in the last 43 years, the change that, and thank you, Jackie, for mentioning that it is now a national holiday, because to go from a community-based event and community awareness to the larger municipal acknowledgement and recognition, not only of the history, but of the importance, is critical. And I appreciate Dr. Hamlet talking about the importance of the youth, because it was the students then that grew up knowing it was important, knowing that it was part of what we talked about and celebrated in school. And that's really important and it's significant. So I appreciate y'all's work, and I appreciate the fact that we get to celebrate this important holiday.
Thanks, Randy. Barbara.
So I'm ready for Juneteenth today. I'm just so excited about all the activities and the opportunity for community to come together again, to learn, grow, and just be together for this Juneteenth holiday. I also wanted to lift up one other event, the Justice Journey Ride, which will be Saturday morning. And I think it's pushing off from Northside Elementary School at 9. Myself and Kendall Lytle, president of the Chapel Hill Carrboro NAACP Youth Council, will kind of kick that off with a few words. And so I think it's a short 2 miles for anyone else who's interested. So just another way to acknowledge and celebrate the Juneteenth holiday. And thank you to Joel and Anna and Dr. Hamlet for coming and receiving this historic and timely proclamation.
Thanks, Barbara. Is that event the one, is it kind of co-sponsored by the Recyclery too? Is that right? Okay, all right, great, thanks. Thanks for mentioning that one. I had forgotten about it. Okay, so thanks you all for being here. Now, Joel and Dr. Hamlet, if you would stick around. Kathy, I think what I'll do next is go ahead and do the proclamation for our Teacher of the Year, since we've already got some folks here that are going to want to hear that.
Okay.
And so,
And I'll bring it over.
Yes, that's awesome. And so, and I don't know. Yeah, okay, Miss. There you are, Miss Floyd. How you doing? Good to see you, and thank you for being here with us. Really, really happy to have you. And so, before I read the proclamation recognizing you as Teacher of the Year, you may have been in the waiting room, been able to hear this, but we have all the members of the town council here, our town clerk, our town manager, but also Dr. Hamlet and Joel Brown doing double duty here. I'm so happy they could be here too. That's awesome. So let me go ahead and read this proclamation here, recognizing Eugenia Floyd Day. So, whereas Eugenia Floyd, a product of the Chapel Hill Carrboro City School District, is a 4th grade teacher with the district at Mary Scroggs Elementary School in Chapel Hill. And whereas Miss Floyd was first recognized as the Teacher of the Year at Mary Scroggs Elementary School, and then as Teacher of the Year in the Chapel Hill Carrboro City School District in June 2020, and then as North Central Regional Teacher of the Year in December 2020. And whereas Miss Floyd then went on in April 2021 to be named out of 9 state regional finalists as the 2020-2021 Burroughs Wellcome Fund North Carolina Teacher of the Year. And whereas with a BA in History from UNCG, Ms. Floyd began her career as a teacher's assistant at Morris Grove Elementary School in Carrboro, then earned her teaching license 8 years ago at North Carolina Central University, and then a master's in gifted education from Elon University last year. And whereas North Carolina State Superintendent Catherine Truitt said that it's clear that Ms. Floyd starts each day of instruction with an unwavering focus on her students and making sure that nothing gets in the way of their learning. She makes every second count. And whereas Ms. Floyd has said, as a teacher, I strive to make sure my behavior and academic expectations are high for my students. I am a true believer that students will do what you expect them to do. And whereas to highlight an example of Ms. Floyd's dedication to teaching, Ms. Floyd created a tutoring project, one that started within her classroom for students who needed more time to master various reading and math skills. And this later evolved into an effort that took her into apartment complexes where some of her students live. And whereas as Teacher of the Year, Ms. Floyd will spend the next school year traveling the state as an ambassador for the teaching profession, supported by the Burroughs Wellcome Fund and the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, and will also serve as an advisor to the State Board of Education for 2 years and as a board member for the North Carolina Public Schools Forum for 1 year. And whereas the Carrboro Town Council congratulates Ms. Floyd and wishes her well in her travels. Now therefore be resolved, I, Lydia Lavelle, Mayor of Carrboro, do hereby proclaim Wednesday, June 16, 2021, as Eugenia Floyd Day in the town of Carrboro in appreciation of the dedicated service that she provides to her students. I urge all of the residents of the town of Carrboro to congratulate North Carolina Teacher of the Year, Eugenia Floyd, the 15th day of June, 2021. Awesome. So, Ms. Floyd, would you like to make any comments? And again, thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you so much. I didn't know it was going to be a whole day, so I'm a little caught off guard right there. Thank you so much. I need to get to Carrboro tomorrow for sure. I want to thank you all for having me here tonight. I look forward to working with the town of Carrboro and representing where I'm from as an advocate and support for the students and teachers of North Carolina. I actually remember living on Crest Street in Carrboro when I was in high school. And I'm also a really big fan of the farmers market. I would also like to thank the community partnerships, the Boroughs Welcome Fund, Lenovo, Go Global NC, Bojangles, NC State Athletics, No Kid Hungry, NC, and Flow Honda for even making this honor possible for educators of North Carolina. I have been truly amazed to have even received this recognition. And just a few weeks after the announcement, I was actually invited to the City of Durham council meeting as well. And they acknowledged myself as well as all the teachers in the state as for the first day of Teacher Appreciation Week. So it has been a complete honor. And I'm so grateful to be recognized now by a town I've called home. The pandemic has definitely amplified the vital roles that schools play in communities. And it has shown that schools provide a level of service to communities that reaches far beyond just academic. The evolution of instruction that educators and staff have diligently provided to the students of the Chapel Hill Carrboro City Schools has been exceptional. And I know that both towns, Chapel Hill and Carrboro, have an even higher appreciation for the educators and the school staff that have chosen to continue to put the needs of students first in this district. So thank you for recognizing me tonight. And I assure you that I am one of many great staff members that choose to grow the minds of kids in this town. I look forward to continuing to see the town of Carrboro, neighboring communities and businesses continue to support and lift up our schools and staff of the Chapel Hill Carrboro City Schools District. So thank you all so much for having me here tonight.
Wow, congratulations. I had to say it.
That's great. Yeah, awesome. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
I don't know, Dr. Hamlet, if you or Joel want to say anything. That kind of said a lot right there, but if you'd like to, feel free, please.
Miss Floyd said it all. So I will just say that I had the opportunity to spend some time with Miss Floyd in her classroom and to see her in action with her students. And there's a statement that she says to her students that will stick with me forever. So anytime her students asked permission to do something or had a question about something, she would say, do whatever you need to do to be successful. And I just love that. But the family environment, the culture in her classroom is just what she just shared, far beyond words. I actually saw it in action. And so we're just so honored and proud for her to be the Teacher of the Year for the whole entire state and to represent our district and our area so well, as I know she will.
That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. Joel, anything to add?
I'll just say ditto to what Dr. Hamlet said, and we are so blessed to have Miss Floyd in our district. And so we are so excited. We know she'll be doing great things as Teacher of the Year. And again, we're so blessed and we're thankful to have her. So I'm going to enjoy and celebrate your day tomorrow.
We just have to take care of her so we make sure she comes back to us.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. That's right.
Yes.
Well, again, thank you again so much. It was great having you here with us. So we're going to go ahead and move on with our meeting. So y'all have a great evening. All right, council members, then our last proclamation, last but not least, we have Pollinator Week. And Kathy, are you going to bring over Randy or Laura or Trish or someone from?
Yeah, if you're staff and in the audience for this proclamation, if you would raise your hand. Trish.
Okay, let's see. Good evening, Trish. Hey there. I see you're hard at work in room 100 again. All right, so let's go ahead and do the Pollinator Week proclamation. Whereas in October 2014, Carrboro became the third municipality recognized as a Bee City USA, and in doing so agreed to meet the standards required of all Bee City USA affiliates, including an annual celebration of National Pollinator Week or other appropriate occasion through events, proclamations, and promotions that showcase the town's commitment to being a Bee City USA. And whereas a goal of Bee City USA is to promote healthy, sustainable habitats for bees and other pollinators. And whereas pollinator species are essential partners in producing much of our food supply, and whereas pollinator species provide significant environmental benefits that are necessary for maintaining healthy, diverse urban and suburban ecosystems, and whereas pollination plays a vital role for the trees and plants of our community, enhancing our quality of life and creating recreational and economic development opportunities, whereas bees and other pollinators around the globe have experienced dramatic declines due to a combination of habitat loss, use of pesticides, and the spread of pests and diseases, with grave implications for the future health of flora and fauna. And whereas towns and their residents have the opportunity to support bees and other pollinators on both public and private land, and whereas the town has worked to create pollinator habitat by installing native bee nest boxes, establishing a pollinator garden, and planting pollinator-friendly vegetation to restore a riparian buffer. Now, therefore, be it resolved, I, Lydia Lavelle, Mayor of Carrboro, do hereby proclaim June 21 through June 27, 2021 as Pollinator Week. I encourage all Carrboro residents to reflect upon the vital role that pollinators play in sustaining our natural environment and join in the efforts to create pollinator-friendly habitats. This, the 15th, right, day of June 2021. And Trish, sometimes we have a pollinator bee film documentary or something of some sort. And so do we have that lined up yet? And if we do, then we can push it out via social media. So
we do. We're going to be promoting the viewing of a film called A Ghost in the Making, Searching for the Rusty Patched Bumblebee. Laura's been working with Catherine on that. And I wish I'd counted the number of words in the proclamation, because I would have tried to make a connection to how many types of bees there are and how many pollinators there are and just how important they are in our community and to our lives, not just our community, obviously. But anyway, thank you very much for the recognition of this important aspect of our sharing the planet with various types of insects and other creatures. So the Rusty Patched Bumblebee will be the subject of the film this year, and you'll be seeing some social media about that.
Great. Thank you. And I think I had a prior proclamation. We were the third, but I think I had a prior proclamation that talked about how many there are now. There's many, many more than just 3 now. We were on the head of the curve on this. But anyway, thank you for being here for that proclamation. So.
You bet. Thank you. You're most welcome.
All right. So we're on now, Kathy, to announcement of upcoming meetings. There you are. And you're on mute still. Yeah.
I'm trying to unmute, and then I was getting a good night hug at the same time. So Robert will be here. All right. Between now and next week, we have the Affordable Housing Advisory Commission meeting June 16th. The Board of Adjustment also meeting June 16th. The Planning Board and Transportation Board have meetings on June 17th. The South Greensboro Street Sidewalk virtual drop-in session will be held on June 22nd from 5 to 6:30 p.m. And anyone wanting to attend that can contact Tina Moon at cmoon@townofcarrboro.org. And then you all will meet next week, June 22nd. And that is your last scheduled meeting until the summer break. And that's all I have to ponder.
What was the drop-in session, Kathy? I'm sorry.
The drop-in session is South Greensboro Street Sidewalk virtual drop-in session, June 22nd from 5 to 6:30.
Okay. All right. Very good. I'm looking here because I think there's something I wanted to mention, but I see Damon and then Sammy. So go ahead, Damon, first.
I may have missed Kathy saying this, but there is a meeting of the Chapel Hill Transit Partners Committee next Tuesday morning on the 22nd at 11 a.m., and that will be via Zoom.
Okay, thanks, Damon. Sammy?
Yes, on this Thursday at 7 p.m., the Orange County Climate Council will be having their meeting.
Okay, thanks, Sammy. Let's see, I was gonna look at this. Okay, so I think what I have is tomorrow morning is the Visitors Bureau Board of Directors meeting at 8 in the morning. So have that additionally. So anything else from anyone else? So, all right, very good. All right, Kathy, we're moving on to public comment now.
Yes, and if you're in the audience for public comment, right now we can't see or hear you. You can see the town council. So when I click to bring you over so you're able to speak and turn your camera on, your screen will drop just for a second. It will say rejoining as panelist. So don't touch anything, that's normal. When you pop back up, just make sure that you turn your camera on if you have that and make sure you unmute. So the first person I have signed up to speak is Marla Benton, but I believe okay, Marla. I see Marla here. So I'm going to bring them over.
Are these people speaking on items not on the agenda, Kathy?
That's what I wasn't sure the topic. This was a request that came in I responded right before the meeting, so I'm not quite sure the topic.
So and just while we're waiting for did you say it was Ms. Benton?
Yes.
While we're waiting for Ms. Benton to come over, can you tell me how many people we have signed up for a public comment?
Sure. I have 3 people signed up for 2 people. Marla Benton and Diana Newton. I'm not sure their topics. And then for the satellite parking item and the 203 item, I have Katie Luvis.
Okay, and so let's get Ms. Benton over here and find out what her topic is, because I know we have.
I've clicked promote to panelist 4 times now, and it's saying that it's working, but then I don't see, it's actually not bringing the person that's named Marla over. So I'm going to try to say allow to talk. And Marla, if you could unmute.
She's okay. Now she's over here in our room now, looks like. So, so Marla, you're in the room with the council now. You're out of the waiting room. So if you could hit your microphone there. To unmute yourself.
It's not working. So I'm going to move on to the next person and then try to email Marla because she had emailed. Okay. And the next person I have is Diana Newton.
Ms. Newton?
Yes. Hi, Mayor Bell.
Hello there. You have, as you usually do, a soft 3 minutes to speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor LaBelle and town council members, our neighborhood has gathered here in a candlelight vigil tonight to let you know that our beloved neighbor from Carroll Street, Tim Carlos, who you all know well, died yesterday. We've gathered here in front of Tim's house to honor the man who endured more than he should have had to as a homeowner in Carrboro, including a protracted legal battle with the town. Olivia Davis, who is Tim's ex-wife and mother of his 2 children, asked us to share this message with you, the town council. Here are her words. I cannot calm myself from the injustice of this. This is now my fight in Tim's name for our girls. Don't get me wrong, friends. I love this town. I love raising my kids here, having my business here, but we need to know who Carrboro really is at this level. Tim's house here in Carrboro would flood regularly because it sits next to Tom's Creek in sight here with culverts that cannot handle the water load. Why? Because they're under FEMA and Town of Carrboro regulation size. What happens? Repeated flooding of his first level, destruction of valuables, replacement of the whole HVAC system 4 times in 8 years, an additional thousands of dollars to repair and replace and fight a legal battle with the town. My girls grew up watching their dad under so much stress around this whole nightmare, especially anytime it would rain hard for more than 15 minutes. Why? Because a panic would set in. He and the girls would have to dismantle for the countless times the entire house. The first time this happened, I was 8 months pregnant and 6 inches of water came in. About 2 months later, 36 inches came in with me nursing a 2-week-old. We had to live with my mother for a month. And she continues. Tim was a very hardworking, self-employed musician. Imagine for one moment, please, what that must have been like for Tim to reckon with this financial, physical, emotional stress on a regular, minimum of 6 times per year basis. Pretty intense on one soul. Build a retaining wall? Oops, no can do. It's in a floodplain. You just got a flood, Tim. Sorry. Apply for FEMA assistance? Oops. Carrboro Town Council can't quite get that application filled out right. Sorry, Tim. Cheer up. Go talk to them and surely they'll be sympathetic. Oops, or not. They'll say you bought it. You knew it was in a floodplain. Such big hearts. Sure, it's in a floodplain, but it only started flooding in 2013 because of climate change. McDougald Schools construction, and oh, those pesky culverts, which we're staring at right now. I know Town of Carrboro spending to protect the lives of citizens is inconvenient, isn't it? But you gladly took his property tax into your hands every year. Tim tried and tried and tried. That man continued to just try to live, to share his gifts with the community and be a good dad to his daughters, trying to salvage this house so he may have something to pass along to them when they are older. Tim's voice was never heard and never respected by the body of the Town of Carrboro. He was diagnosed with esophageal cancer about a month ago and died yesterday morning. That level of stress that he experienced for 8+ years and the unavoidable mold undoubtedly created a very toxic environment for him and the girls, an environment the Town of Carrboro did nothing to help him with. The way I see it, Town of Carrboro, you have blood on your hands. Now is the time to do the right thing. Think of Serafina, 12 years old, and Pima, his other daughter, left behind. Today is their birthday. And they just lost their father in a matter of weeks. This nightmare story about the house, the flooding, I know it, but these girls know it too, all too well. And before I'm done, every citizen of Carrboro will know who you are and where your moral compass points lie. We raise our candles to Tim, our neighbor. Bless you, Tim.
Thank you, Ms. Newton. Thank you, neighbors and friends and family of Tim Carlos. We knew Tim also, talented musician, avid resident citizen of this town. You know, it's horrible when anyone dies, and I can't even imagine what Tim's family is going through, especially his young daughters, when this, especially so quickly with this terrible cancer attacking his body. But I know I speak for the town of Carrboro and all of the members of the Carrboro Town Council when I tell you how very, very sorry we are, Tim, to your Tim's family, to Tim's daughters, to Tim's friends for his loss. Offer you what peace and comfort we can, and also I don't think it's appropriate right now to go into a discussion of our town's stormwater management program. But as you know, many of you. Tonight's our monthly report on our stormwater management. We have another item on infrastructure tonight. We have a meeting on Monday with Diane and any of you that want to be there with our town staff at, I believe it's at 3:30 on Monday. But thank you for pulling us into this. We appreciate it. All right, council members. Going to move on to our next public speaker. Randy?
Yeah, I just want to say, Tim and I were friends, and to Tim, you know, we shared a love of some very special music, and so Tim, when I sing Buckley, you know, I'll let the sun sing your smile. And yes, you will be remembered. You're remembered.
Thank you for that, Randy. Thank you. Kathy, do you, have you been able to reach Marla Benton yet?
I did, and Marla is actually going to speak on the library project.
Okay.
So that's all of the public comment that I have under just general public comment.
All right.
Nadia, may I ask a question, please?
Of course.
You just said a meeting on Monday at 3:30. Is that the meeting that we had talked about last week, having with the neighbors? But I don't think we had been told about it.
David, are you able to hear me? I know late this afternoon, I was talking to Kat Lazorko about something, and she mentioned to me that she thought that meeting had been scheduled for Monday. Is that right? With Diane and some of the other Bardow neighbors. Is that correct? This a staff meeting. I mean, I think staff with the folks from the neighborhood.
Because I thought I wanted the council to be involved in that as well, so that we could all be talking together and on the same page. Without
maybe this is a pre-meeting, but I don't. Mr. Manager, are you? Is that what you're understanding?
Okay, so I think I'm having a little bit of internet problems, but the meeting that we're having at 3:30 on Monday is at the request of Diana Newton and I think a few of the neighbors. So it's a staff meeting with some of the neighbors, and that was the extent of it.
How about the meeting that we talked about last week, where it would be council members, staff, and neighbors, and we were going to do that this summer. Are we moving ahead with that at all?
Right.
The council agreed on it, and it's
right.
Pretty critical.
Right. No, that would be something that would happen, I think, after June 22nd. And that's something
that we working on arranging that?
Of course, yes.
Okay, thank you. And maybe that's something you could bring up in your meeting on Monday to see what dates would be good for them.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. Thanks, David. Barbara?
I believe David just answered the question. So it was council, staff, and the neighbors?
I think
was it council and the neighbors?
I think this meeting on Monday is one, Kat Lazorko, Kat told me about, we were talking about this today. I think this is one where staff is meeting with them for some immediate questions. I think that's different than this more broad discussion that Jackie's talking about that might involve us also. There would be something in July, which might be a different kind of conversation. So.
Oh, okay. And that would involve staff as well. I guess that's what I was trying to get at, because I don't know why I thought it was just us and the neighbors, but
no, it would have staff too.
Okay, that's just a point of clarity. Thank you.
Yeah. David, is that your hands up for that?
Right. Yeah, it was Diana Newton had sent an email with like 10 questions, and we were talking via email back and forth. Just have a meeting and go over her questions. That's what that was about.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, everyone. Time to move on then to our consent agenda so go ahead, David.
Mayor, I'm having trouble, I think, on my internet. Can you hear me or not?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. It might be
Okay.
while you're talking, if you want to take off your video, that might make it flow a little bit better.
Okay, is that better?
I think it is probably.
Okay, I apologize. I'm really sorry. I know that it's unfortunate. I can't control it. Anyway, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council and members of the audience. We have 14 items on the consent agenda. The first item is approval of the meeting minutes from June the 1st with changes as offered by council members Romaine and Siles. And the June 8th minutes will be on your agenda next week. We then have the monthly reports for economic development, the police department, the stormwater utility, and the fire department. Item 6 on your consent agenda is consideration of the human services funding for 21-22, and that would allocate $274,000 to 45 agencies. And we will be working on the ARPA funding over the summer and expect to bring that back to you in early September. The 7th item on your consent agenda is just an update, an informational item related to the town's racial equity initiative and the Orange County racial equity plan. And you may want to pull that for discussion. The 8th item is an authorization to expend about $250 to support the town of Carrboro and town of Chapel Hill Pride food truck rodeo. The 9th item would approve $155,000 in stormwater improvements for High Street and West Main. The 10th item is a minor modification to the CEP for 1001 Homestead Road, which would convert office space to residential use. The 11th item would appoint Lisa Brown to the Northern Transition Area Advisory Committee. The 12th item would recognize and appropriate $6,116.50 to the fire department as a grant from the North Carolina League of Municipalities. The 13th item would set a public hearing for an office building at 1716 Smith Level Road to September the 28th of 21. And the 14th item, the final item on your consent agenda, would, in addition to town hall, would provide an option for the Bim Street building for voting purposes. Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Barbara first, then Sammy, then Jackie. So we're talking about which items to pull, I guess. So Barbara,
Right.
you go ahead.
I'm going to pull number 7.
Pulling number 7. Sammy, do you want to pull an item?
6, 10, and 14.
6, 7, 10, and 14. And Jackie,
Sorry, 6. Oh, yeah. 6, 10, and 14. Yeah, sorry.
And then Jackie, which one do you want to pull?
2.
2. And then Susan, do you want to pull one?
A very quick question on number 8.
On number 8. Okay, so if I can get a motion then for 1, 3, 4, 5, 9, 11, 12, 13.
So moved.
Moved by Damon, second.
Second.
Randy, by Randy. All in favor, say aye. Sammy?
Aye.
Barbara?
Aye.
Susan?
Aye.
Randy?
Aye.
Damon?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
Me? Aye. Okay, so then going back through them again. So we're on number 3, and I apologize, I should have written down who pulled them, but number 3 is the first police department.
I had pulled 2.
No. I'm sorry. It was, I'm going over the wrong ones. It's 2. Yeah. Go ahead, Jackie.
Just real quickly, I appreciated the update on the leases for parking spaces, but I know that that staff has had conversation with some other properties as well, including 302 West Weaver. And I just wanted to know if we could get an update on where those leases are. I appreciate the work they've done so far, but I know they've been in conversation with 302 West Weaver And I didn't see anything in the report about that. And that's some nice parking right there.
Okay. Thank you, Jackie. Is John Hartman Brown, I don't see him in the waiting room, but he could be Carrboro
bringing him over.
2578.
Oh, you don't have to. I mean, if he's not here, I don't want to interrupt his dinner or anything.
No, he may be here.
He's here. I'm bringing him over right now.
Okay.
Okay. Nothing quick.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Hi, John. Sorry to interrupt your evening. I just wanted to know, because I know that you've been in conversation with 302 West Weaver, and then they had contacted me and said, hey, we haven't heard back from folks in a while. What's going on with that? So
is that the Dispute Settlement Center?
Dispute Settlement Center and Sophie Piaz and a couple others.
Yeah. So what we're trying to do is kind of tackle the bigger spots before we get to the smaller spots. So there was only about 6 spaces at Dispute Settlement Center that we were working with. So we were trying to get the Fitch Lumber, which is looking at 80 some spaces, and the 300 East Main leases squared away kind of before we go back. Community Works is another space that is willing to offer some spaces as well, but there's a smaller number there. So we're trying to get the bigger ones squared away, and then we'll start getting those smaller ones as well. So they're still in the hopper, but we've just kind of put them on the back burner to get these bigger ones taken care of.
When you have a minute, would it be possible just quickly like shoot an email to the smaller places you've looked at and just kind of update them so they know? Not a lot of time or huge conversation, just I think they'd appreciate an update.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Thank you.
And also, I'd like to mention too, those spots that Jackie's talking about, particularly with the old Provence opening in its new form, and with Mercado opening up this weekend, they're right along Weaver there. So those spots will become, pretty popular again, I think. So, yeah. Thanks, Jackie. Okay, on to number 6. That was the next one that was pulled about the human services funding. Sammy, is that you? Yeah.
Yeah, I also wanted to comment on the previous item, just to remind us that we are intending to look into how to manage parking in our downtown. We have a study. And I just want to caution us into like how quickly and how much we are leasing parking, given the realities of what we may learn and how to manage parking through that study. So committing to a lot of parking when we may have alternatives to how to make parking that's privately held accessible is one of the goals of that study. So I just raised that because we may be jumping the gun on that. And related to that, I just wanted a sense from David as to what the status is on that study.
Sammy, which study is that?
That's the one where we, pre-pandemic, we're intending to look into parking access, and there was some funds allocated for that purpose, and so it had to do with enforcement and options for making private parking accessible.
Right, I'm familiar with. Thank you for that. I think really what we focused on, and maybe Trish, when Annette left, I think Trish might have picked up the ball on that. But given everything else that we've been working on, I don't know that we've made much progress. But I'll say, Sammy, I think that what John is doing is actually moving forward your shared parking agreements. Trying
Mr.
to
Manager?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Manager, maybe between now and next meeting, you and or John and or Trish could just kind of give us a summary of what's been done since, Annette left, and then Trish kind of took over, then John kind of came on, because I think I think there was some follow-up that we were going to get at some point about maybe I don't want to say ticketing, but some form of enforcement or something like that.
It was a directive from the council.
Yeah, in addition to identifying what privately held spaces were out there that we could try to get to kind of pull into our inventory. So in the spirit of having a pretty long agenda, if we could have
okay
on that by next week, that would be great.
Thank you.
And I'll just
we'll do.
And we need someone, thank you. And we need someone to move that item number 2. So
I'll move the item, and in doing so, just say that I want to echo that, back up what Sammy is saying, that my memory matches his, which is we did ask for this additional information, particularly around strategies for enforcement and maximizing our existing parking supply. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Motion by Damon, second by Jackie. All in favor, say aye. Damon?
Aye.
Susan?
Aye.
Me? Aye. Randy?
Aye.
Barbara?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
Sammy?
Aye.
Okay, then the next item I think was human services funding. And was that you, Sammy?
Yes. Last time we talked about Oxford House in regard to the ARA funds and how they'd be used. And David, I believe you mentioned the 14,000 that they were requesting. I just wanted to make sure that that we're accounting for the rent model that they have. And typically, human services funding is not for housing needs. And just to be sensitive to the realities of their model and the potential for either ARA funds or affordable housing funds for serving those needs. I just wanted to flag that for you to consider as you look into how to meet what they've described is their need.
Okay, so let me just, Lydia, if I may just add a comment. So for Oxford, I believe they had requested like 14,000. The Human Services allocated 6,500, and staff is going to be working over the summer, and we think in early September that we'll be back for another round of human services funding through the ARPA funds. So I think that we can get that taken care of in early September and address the Oxford House as well as others. I'm confident that we can.
Thank you.
Thanks, David. Appreciate that. Okay, so that item then, number 6, do you want to move that, Sammy?
Yeah, I'll move item 6.
Okay, motion by Sammy, second by Susan. And before we vote, again, I think we've already heard this a little bit, but thank you very, very much to our Human Services Commission for that hard work of sorting through all of those nonprofits and figuring out how to fairly allocate and review and everything. That's a lot of work put in by them. All right, all in favor, say aye. Damon?
Aye.
Susan?
Aye.
Me? Aye. Randy?
Aye.
Barbara?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
And Sammy?
Aye.
Okay, then now we're on number 7, and that's Barbara.
Yeah, so Mayor and the rest of the council, I want a brief or however long it is overview on this agenda item. This agenda item, I think, should never be on the consent agenda. I think it should be a presentation just by the nature of the work and the very far-reaching implications of the item. And so I'm saying that, for the future as well. And I look forward to, I think we're going to hear from Anita, I guess.
Mr. Manager?
Right. Anita is prepared to present an overview of the report and answer any questions that you have. I'm looking in the attendees.
Thank you, David.
Anita, are you there? I'm not sure.
Yeah, Anita, if you're in the, okay. Let's see.
Yeah, she's number 2.
Okay.
Anita, there you go. We can see you now. And it looks like maybe your microphone is still muted there.
I can share my screen and give an overview. I have about 9 slides, if that's okay.
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead and do that if you're able to share. I think it's probably.
Can you all see my screen?
We can see it. It's on the one where you need to go ahead and I guess start it up in the slideshow.
Yes. I just wanted to make sure you could see it first.
Sure, we can. Yeah, there you go.
Well, I'm here this evening to provide an update of the Orange County Racial Equity Plan and the town's race and equity work. And so in October, I provided an update of the vision of what this plan was going to look like. All the jurisdictions supported this concept by January of 2021. And that's when, as a racial equity task force, we put together subcommittees that have been working toward the goal of providing a framework to our elected officials. In your packet, you see all of the results thus far. The purpose of this plan is to develop a county-wide plan with jurisdictional objectives that include a commitment to uncover and address implicit biases in our institutions and ensure that race no longer can be used to predict the outcomes of our community. The timeline is as follows for this plan. For this month of June, all the elected officials are being provided an update on the framework. Also in June and August, we are seeking comments and recommendations from all of our stakeholders, including the community. And once we receive that information, we will put together that feedback as part of the plan. In September and October, we hope to create public hearings around the county, either a collective public hearing or individual jurisdictional public hearings. And sometime in the fall, after all that we've uncovered and been able to pull together, we hope to have a plan for your approval. We're using the Racial Equity Action Planning Process model that we received from GARE, which included the preparation of this plan, research and information gathering, research findings. We are going to develop this plan, and we've been working on that so far, and then the implementation, reporting, and evaluation. Now, when we think about racial equity as a strategy for change, this is a very vivid visual to do just that. We've got racial equity in the middle of the sphere, and around it, you have training, an evaluation tool, community engagement, data collection, and evaluation and accountability, which helps to strengthen the racial equity in our community. And it also allows us to serve as a basis of this plan. And I just want to cover each particular section very quickly. First is the racial equity review tool process. We're still trying to determine what is the best way to frame that. But certainly this process will evaluate all of our policies, practices, services, and new initiatives, because we want to see how this is going to impact the community. Who is going to experience burden? Who's going to experience benefit? What are the root causes of what we're doing, and how is it affecting our community? What are the unintended consequences of this action or strategy? And certainly we'll have an opportunity to review the necessary data. We want to roll this out and at least try it for a year, and then the subcommittee can get back together and make the necessary updates, because at that point we will have real life experience to use. Next is our community engagement process. And so we want to be able to develop a collective community engagement process. And we want to consider the current and unlikely partners needed to accomplish our organizational outcomes. We want to hear from those silent voices, those voices that we've not heard from before. And then the third section is centered around our data plan. And we also received a model from GARE. that begins with a very descriptive analysis of the problem and combines indicators in a prescriptive analysis that can help us develop informed decisions. And this particular subcommittee is tasked to develop a means to collect necessary data and create a community scorecard that monitors services, empowers the citizens, and will improve the accountability of our service providers. Number 4 is training. So we certainly need to help build that capacity, and we want to be able to build that capacity inside the organization, outside the organization, and all of our stakeholders in an effort to help us advance racial equity. Then last but not least is the evaluation and accountability, which will help local governments apply the racial equity principles that we put forward. And so as I wrap up, I just want to share some highlights of some of the work that the town has been doing this upcoming year. We are at 82% of the fact that we've trained all of our staff members. We have a training session tomorrow, and we also have a training session in July. And at that point, all of our staff members will be completely trained with the foundational racial equity training. We're also training the Carrboro Connects Planning Task Force, and hopefully we'll have them trained by July, the end of July. We've also began some monthly Can We Talk sessions, which has provided us an opportunity to continue the conversation and normalize race, and they have been very impactful. We have them monthly, and we anticipate adding some additional sessions and adding other components. Recently, we've been talking about the training and maybe recent events and those kinds of things. Very soon, as a matter of fact, today we began the launch of our second employee survey. And what we will do is compare the information we received 2 years ago from our survey. On June 23rd is the first meeting of our Racial Equity Commission. And finally, the work that we've been doing with the Racial Equity Plan that I shared earlier. So that is a very quick overview. There's a lot of information in your packet, as well as some background information after the report. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thanks, Anita. I want to ask a quick question, and then I see hands up. When I was looking at the timeline, and this is, I guess, over the last year, I saw where it says Carrboro and Hillsborough and Orange County agree to countywide racial equity plan, and it says Chapel Hill Town Council receives update about the plan. So did Chapel Hill adopt the plan or not? It makes it seem like they didn't. It seems like they received an update.
They received the plan in January of 2021. And so I'm not quite sure, but I do get a sense that they got a basic overview. And so they do support the plan. So let me just put it that way.
Okay.
I can ask for specifics, but
are they participating on all of these groups that you discuss?
Yes, they are.
As staffers and that kind of thing, they are. Okay.
Yes, they've had limited capacity, but they are participating.
Okay, interesting. Okay, all right. Let's go. Damon, Barbara, Susan, Jackie.
Thanks, Lydia. Anita, thanks so much for another good update. I appreciate how tight they are and on point, and I appreciate always seeing the very step-by-step way that you're going through this work. It's always uplifting to see how engaged you are with keeping everything on track. What I really appreciate about the work you've been doing, and I think I said this in your last update too, was just the way that it has expanded because of the work you've been doing into this multi-jurisdictional collaboration. And I think that's going to have a much bigger impact perhaps than we even ever imagined at the start. So thank you for that as well. I did want to ask and you mentioned this a little bit toward the beginning of your update. Could you just say a little bit more about since the town is sort of started out this process, becoming a member of GARE and doing that work with GARE and getting some of the access to resources and tools and training and so on. As you continue down this road with the other jurisdictions and begin training our own employees and training comprehensive plan task force members and so on, do you continue to have access to GARE in terms of their tools and resources? Are they continuing to be a part of the conversation that you have? And if you all need guidance or advice, or you may be looking for additional tools, I'm just curious to know, are you still having good access to those resources from GARE? And is that still a productive relationship for you in the other jurisdictions?
Very much so. As a matter of fact, I'm probably on a meeting at least 3 times a week from different levels. And what they've done is they also have individual subcommittees of all of the various jurisdictions, disciplines, such as a recreation and park group, a planning group. And so, you are able to participate in your specific discipline, but you're also able to join some larger opportunities. There's some training opportunities. We just finished, Trish and I attended the annual meeting. As a matter of fact, I did a presentation there that went very well, that talked about the information about our first survey. And so, yes, we do have those opportunities on a regular basis. And what we've also done is not only foster the relationships within the county, but we fostered other relationships in terms of jurisdictional in nature. I had a question the other day, and I contacted a colleague in Durham. She answered it right away. So, we're really building this really strong foundation. I mean, it's this group of, all of us meeting, trying to meet the same goal. And, we also have lots of resources on the website, tools, and if you've done something recently, like for instance, when we finish up this racial equity plan, we are certainly going to put that on through the portal. They are waiting for this plan. We are the only county that's a member of GARE that all the jurisdictions are a member. And so they are very excited about the possibilities and this opportunity. So as soon as we get our plan together, it will be on the portal. So we're pretty much able to get, everything that we need. It's been a real good relationship.
That's great to hear. I know that Kara was really excited about being able to do the more work in North Carolina. So I'm glad to see it coming to fruition. Looking forward to your next update. Thanks so much, Anita.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Damon. Barbara, then Susan, then Jackie.
Hey, Anita. I first want to say how much this work means to our community and how much I appreciate the way you have just kind of taken hold of it. I know it's a lot, on top of all your other responsibilities. I just wanted to say how much, and I'm sure the rest of the council feels the same, how much we do appreciate you and all the work that you're doing, outside of Parks and Rec, Race and Equity Officer. I mean, all these different hats that you wear, but you're just so very much appreciated. And this work it can be hard. These difficult and crucial conversations and trying to, get people to understand, about why the work is important. So thank you for standing in the gap and doing all that you do. My question is with the racial equity toolkit that you talked about. And I see in the information, you talk about it's difficult, and time consuming to navigate, and just trying to figure out the best way to go forward with that. And it'll probably be very individual according to different jurisdictions and all that. Has any of that work started yet, like around how to tailor that, or is that something that's coming up?
I'm not quite sure if I'm going to answer the question the way I think you're asking. We've already tailored it to the needs. What you see as I think it's Appendix B, is the subcommittee's version of a tool that we feel that we could use. It's flexible in nature. All jurisdictions can use it, and you can use it for many different reasons, whether it's a new initiative, whether it's a policy, a practice, or a procedure. And so what we've tried to do is tailor it in such a way that whatever you need it for, you'll be able to use it, and that all the jurisdictions can do that. So what we've done is just kind of modify the way it's set up. And so we're certainly asking for the same very pertinent types of information. We're just asking for it in a different way and explaining it in a different manner. So it's very understandable. And what we've had is at least 2 departments to in Orange County to use it. And these 2 departments were not familiar with it at all. And it was very easy. They said it was very user-friendly. They understood what they needed to do. So we really believe it is doing what it is supposed to do. But we can continue to try to tweak that as we need to. And that's why I mentioned at the end of the year, because after we have those real life experiences, because as soon as we can get this approved, we're ready, because our staff we're trained, we're ready to go. So we're ready to use it. So I'm having to hold off. We just want to make sure everything's in place. So, but yes, it's ready to go. So what you see is what we intend to at least initially roll out. And if we need to change that, we can.
So it's a pilot, and so now the way it's set up, it's more general and more user friendly.
Well, it's general, so you can provide the necessary information you need to, based on what based on what you're going to examine. A new initiative you may look at a little differently than, say, a policy that's been on the books for 50 years. But what we've tried to do is tailor it in such a way that it doesn't matter what it's adhering to or what you want to examine. The way we have it set up, you still can do that and still tease out the kind of information that you need to make changes.
Okay, I got it. Sounds amazing. Thank you. Thanks again.
Thanks, Barbara. Susan, and then Jackie, and then Randy.
Yes, good evening, Anita, and thank you so much for all of your good work on this race and equity, both everything that you've done, Anita, but also all the work that's still to come. And I just appreciate all of the partnerships and collaborations, so that this is not only good just for town staff, but our whole Carrboro community and really our entire county. And you're just such a pivotal part of that. So thank you. Anita, I have just a couple questions. One is, I love this idea of the Can We Talk sessions. And tell us a little bit about these. To what extent are you noticing, to what extent are employees participating? Is this during lunch hour? Is there a prepared question, or does the conversation just sort of happen organically? I'd love to learn a little bit more about these.
Sure. Well, initially, I thought it would be a good idea to do something like that. So after the training session, there may still be some unanswered questions. You may still want to talk about it. We keep lifting up the fact that we need to normalize the conversation. So what a great way in doing that. So what we do on a monthly basis, and every time a group of employees train, they're put into the listing. So you have to be trained first. So everyone that even trained back in January can come. You can come at any point. We do have some basic questions just in case the conversation doesn't start. But I can assure you each conversation has been very different. And what we're hearing is that there's a whole lot of aha moments. I didn't realize, and just the things that we don't realize are unintended consequences and things of that nature. And so people are very sincere. They're very honest. I really want to be very careful about what I say, because we do say that, we want to maintain confidentiality and everything. We don't tape it. It's just an organic, like you said, conversation. We come in the space. We have we've had at least 15, 20, 30 employees. They come in the space. It doesn't matter, what department, what level of the organization you're in. And we've had it at different times of the day. We only do it for an hour, and we do have the permission and support of David and the supervisors or their department heads. And so we just come in the space and we conversate about whatever we're talking about, and the conversation continues. And so we've learned so much more about each other, surprisingly enough. I mean, our training session even starts out where we talk about our upbringing, and that sets the stage. It is so impactful. If you could just see the faces when you talk about, when you realize there's a difference in race and how people look at you, and how there's differences. And so it's been so helpful. And so that's why I can't wait to see the survey results, because we had a very good survey the first time around. And so I suspect that now that we are starting to normalize this conversation, I think it's going to be very helpful. People are more comfortable with each other, and I just think I see a lot of good relationships becoming better relationships. If I answered your question.
You very much so, and I have to believe at the end of the day, maybe these conversations make the most difference of all. So I'm just very thankful for you for taking the lead on that. My other question, Anita, it's a shorter one, but I'm thrilled that what are we, just maybe another month or so from all of our staff now being trained. Is it in July? I think you mentioned. And I noticed in the update that some municipalities have voluntary training, and some municipalities actually require all of their employees to be trained. And I didn't know what we do here in Carrboro. I should know, and I don't. Is the race and equity training required, and is that sort of part of the orientation for all new employees? And
well, that's what we plan to do. What we want to do is get everyone out of the way. We've got, when we finish up tomorrow, we may have 15 more that we have to train. And so what we will do is work with HR, and each time we get new employees, hopefully we'll get enough, but we're also, don't forget that we're working with the county. So, and no one else has started training but us, and we're almost done. So what will happen is, if we have enough to have a training class, it's a 7-hour class, and the core team has been very dedicated about, we have to train and plan. So, if we get a new employee, we may wait until we get a few other ones, or we may work with Orange County to see if they're having a training session. And so that's going to be helpful in building capacity too, because the bulk of our employees will be, finished in terms of that actual training. But we also anticipate additional training as we go through the years. That's just the foundational piece of this work. And then we will look at maybe anti-bias training and other kinds of training. So we'll just have to wait and see what that looks like. But we will be working with the other jurisdictions. And so, we won't have to do it alone. We've done all of ours by ourselves, but that was not the intent. However, it was very important to the council. I remember that's exactly what you said. As soon as you finish that cohort, we need you to start training. And so, we've been focused on doing just that.
Well, bravo, Anita.
Thank you, Susan. We have Jackie, and then Randy, and then Sammy.
Just very quickly, I want to thank you for all the work you've put into this. I don't think there's any more important work that the town's doing. So thank you for your leadership on that. and for the difference that it's making. I also want to thank Barbara and Randy, because I know they've both been involved in a lot of work and a lot of meetings, and very, very thoughtfully approaching this. I've been on a similar group within student affairs on campus for several years. We just completed a racial equity audit, which we're getting the results of, which is very informative. As you know, it's a different environment on campus than it is in town. And I was sitting here thinking, oh, I shouldn't even bring this up because it's a pipe dream, but the university is right smack in the middle of our community. And so many members of Orange County and Carrboro and Chapel Hill work and live and go to the university, that gosh, it would be nice if, as we're looking at a county-wide approach, that the university was somehow involved. And yet I know, I think we should at least try. I don't know how we would go about doing that. Given today's news about Civic, I don't even know who we would contact. So I just want to put that out there, that because the university is right in the middle of us, and so many of us work and play and go to school at the university, if the university is not somehow included, then we're missing a large piece of who we are. But that said, I think, your leadership has been great on this, and I thank you, as well as thanking Randy and Barbara for all the work you two have put in it as well. But sure would be nice if we could get the elephant in the living room into the living room, huh?
Thanks, Jackie. Let's see, Randy and then Sammy.
Oh, hey, Anita. Oh man, when I think of where this was a few years ago as almost like a little pipe dream, I remember Damon bringing this up and the council talking about it, and you just plowed in with incredible passion and intention, and have helped us to frame this and to lead. And so, I think your engagement in championing this for us has made us a leader in the county, and magnetized everybody else in the county to step up. And I think that's really important. I think that's part of it. So the question I want to ask, and Anita, I always ask those, what if, and we've had so many conversations, and I thank Jackie for underscoring Barbara's work and our work together. It's been such a joy. I mean, we really have fun working on it. But the question I want to ask that's related to the what if is, so at some point, where is the nexus between advancing participatory democracy and creating community conversation and educational outreach in community, because I'm very much about that, around the racial equity? Is that something that you've pondered? Is that something that after we've looked at an assessment and evaluation of the pilot, that we can maybe look to to discuss and possibly generate a small model for?
I have been thinking about that, and thank you for bringing that up, because, Randy, I thought, quite honestly, that could also be a discussion point with the Racial Equity Commission. I kind of see, this is how I envision it, the fact that we've got the leadership core team inside the organization, and then we'll have the Racial Equity Commission on the outside of the organization. And I can't help but believe we're going to meet in the middle. And so what will that look like? We have started training the community, and we have tempered it to say, you are ambassadors for the town of Carrboro. So it is so important that we're on the same page in terms of how we're pushing this work forward. So we anticipate actually training as many, and the core team would probably kill me, but as many people as we can train, because it's important. This is very basic, fundamental information. And so, we've been, like I said, starting to begin with the outside of the organization. And so certainly, I hope that's a conversation we can have at one of the most recent meetings that we're going to have to see how they envision that. And because it's going to take, this is going to have to be a continuous circle. We're all on this journey, and certainly we're starting on this journey at separate points, but we have to meet up to push this information forward. So I do see that happening, but I thought maybe the commission should be part of that conversation.
Perfect. Thank you.
Let's see. Thanks, Randy. And Sammy, you're next.
Thanks, Anita, for your presentation and your leadership and all the work and leading in the county. I'm interested in understanding a little more, and I very much appreciate that we're leading in the county, but then it sounds like the county is just now starting to do their internal training, and there's a big question mark about Chapel Hill, as your earlier comment, as to the degree of engagement they have. My question has to do with to what degree given that we're structured this all as a work with our cohorts and other jurisdictions, and if they're moving at a different pace, to what degree is that going to affect the plan? Is one question. And two, for us as council members, our role in raising this with our colleagues in the other jurisdictions to let them know that to make this happen, we need to make sure that they're moving at the same pace we are.
Well, let me just start out by saying I understand your concern, but I don't feel that there's a concern. We meet weekly. We understand that some of us have more different capacity. I know that they just recently hired a race and equity officer that is specifically that work will be within that particular department. And so I don't really see a problem. We're all trying to get on the same page. The good news is the plan is a broader perspective of how we want to push out the same message. We don't necessarily have to be at the same pace of the message, but we want to push out the same message. We will all eventually get there. And so I don't really see a problem with that. Like I said, I know that their total core team, they had a turnover, and so that does present different challenges. The good news is you all had a vision before we even started, and I think that's part of the reason why we are where we are. We talked about this thing. We, even before we started the cohort, we talked about it. You provided your vision. You wanted this, you wanted that. And I'm carrying out that vision and adding more pieces to that particular vision. And so, everyone knows how important the training is. And that's why we want to join together and build capacity in training. And that's why we felt joining forces is so important to this work. We will all get to a certain point. Hillsborough, now keep in mind, Hillsborough did not go through the cohort. They started GARE and they hit the ground running with us. So it's like, let's reach back, and help and let's move it forward. Again, Chapel Hill is part of this jurisdictional plan. They're being, it's supported. They're going to present, I think it's June 23rd, if I'm not mistaken. So, everybody, is playing their role. Like I said, we just had a different set of guidelines in the very beginning. And
Great,
so,
thanks, Anita. Just basically just want to understand if that was going to affect our movement. I'm glad to hear it doesn't. And so thank you so much for your response.
Yeah, that was helpful, especially to understand that everyone's in it, just in different maybe kind of postures at this point. But that was a good question to ask Sammy. All right, y'all, great discussion. Can I have someone go ahead and move the item on this? Damon, motion by Damon, second by Barbara.
Second. Okay.
In favor, say aye. Damon?
Aye.
Randy?
Aye.
Me? Aye. Sammy?
Aye.
Barbara?
Aye.
Susan?
Aye.
And Jackie?
Aye.
All right, thanks a million, Anita. Take care. Yep. Now let's move on to item number 8. Someone pulled that.
Yes, I did, Lydia. This is just really quick to just let everyone know that there's a slight change in the resolution we're approving, which is to say that we're expending an additional $250 up to a maximum of $750. I just wanted to make sure everybody's aware of that. And now that everyone's aware, I move number 8.
Great. Motion by second by Damon. Yeah, thanks for clarifying that, because we had earlier approved it up to 500, so this is a total up to 700. So all in favor, say aye. Damon?
Aye.
Randy?
750, aye.
750, right, aye. Me, aye. Sammy?
Aye.
Barbara?
Aye.
Susan?
Aye.
And then Jackie. Okay, next one was item 10, the Homestead Road one. Who pulled that one?
Did I just had a recommendation request in the resolution. Typically with conditions, we're very specific to make sure that applicants follow through with what they promised. And in this instance, they're asking for having us allow them to residential on the floor that's intended for office. It was intended to be a mixed use building. Given the market conditions, that's what they feel they need. My request is that staff come back to us with a resolution that specifies the applicant's intention of building the first floor in a manner that would support an easy conversion to office use in the future. The way the resolution currently reads is it's a lot more open than that, and I just want to have that in the form of or as strong as a condition as we typically do. So it's not, it shouldn't be that big of a modification, but perhaps something that could be tweaked quickly enough for us to approve of next meeting.
Lydia, you're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Thanks, Jackie. I see that your hand's up. Is that to discuss this a little further?
Yeah, just a little bit further. Normally I might agree with that, but in hearing about this project, what I really like about the conversion is these are small spaces. They will be relatively affordable. And there are a lot of people, older people, who are looking for one floor living. And because of the elevators in the building, you don't have to just live on the first floor if you're older. You can take an elevator up to your small apartment. I like that. And I also think it's, it could be affordable housing for a group that really needs it. So, and given that office space, people are giving up office space. So I don't mind getting a report back, but I'm supportive of this change.
Okay.
For those reasons, it's affordable.
Thanks, Jackie. Sammy, I'm reading on here where it says that yeah, it doesn't really say it Yeah. So what it says at the end is hereby approved, allowing the developer to use the first floor for either residential or office uses, where in the abstract, it says that they plan to build it in a manner that would support an easy conversion to office uses in the future. So you're wanting it just to be a little tighter to say that, even though you're okay with them having it for residential.
Yes.
Jackie and others, if we have that resolution just a little bit tighter than what it is, then maybe we could have it back next week on the consent agenda without a problem. Mr. Manager, are you hearing what Sammy's proposal is for tightening up that resolution a little bit?
Yeah, I am. It sounds like a minor tweak. Would it be possible to make a motion adding that tonight?
Sure. So I'll make a motion adding to the language that's currently in the resolution and build the first floor in a manner that would support an easy conversion to office uses in the future.
Okay, that's a motion by Sammy. Is there a second before Damon? A second by Damon, and then Damon, do you have further comment?
Just wanted to come in and say I agree with both Jackie and Sammy that this is I support the change, and I agree with Sammy wanting to tighten up the language. So thanks for the motion, Sammy, and I do second it.
Okay, great. So we have a second, first and second. All in favor of this motion, say aye. Sammy?
Aye.
Susan?
Aye.
Damon?
Aye.
Me? Aye. Jackie?
Aye.
Barbara?
Aye.
And then Randy?
Aye.
All right, very good. Okay, so we're on to our last consent agenda item, number 14. I forget who pulled this one.
So I pulled it because I remember the issue with our flags, and I just wanted us to address that if this is the right time for it. In other words, if it's going to be an issue again, maybe encourage that they consider the new building that the town owns as an alternative, given that it wouldn't be nearly as controversial, given the fact that we want to maintain our freedom of expression.
Yeah, I think that might be one of the reasons we're leaving it open to have either place, depending on when the election is, what we're doing, what's going on. So I think that's one of the reasons that's another good addition to our inventory in terms of building. So. And
Lydia, my understanding is that they would, their solution was to make sure we signed some kind of contract that made us like binds us to not being able to do certain things. And I guess
I've never seen any kind of contract that we have to sign. I don't think that's true.
Okay, well, that's what news reports were saying. I'm glad if it comes to that, then I would like for us to pursue the alternative option.
Don't worry, we would. But we haven't signed anything at all. I think this is just exploring options because they want to have another option in case they run into something.
Okay, great. So I'll move the item.
Motion by Sammy, second by.
A second.
All in favor, say aye. Damon?
Aye.
Sammy?
Aye.
Me? Aye. Jackie?
Aye.
Barbara?
Aye.
Susan?
Aye.
And Randy?
Aye.
Okay. All right. So I just want to touch base with everyone here. It's about 10 till 9. And we're at the 7:30 mark here, although I think this first item is going to go very quickly because we're going to delay it, I think. But then we have our 203 projects. We have a few other items. Mr. Manager, let's just kind of think about agenda management, but I know we want to go ahead and get these first two going, and then we'll talk about after that, see where we are with things.
Okay.
The first one is the appointment to the Orange Water and Sewer Authority Board of Directors. Kathy, can you give us an update on that?
Yes, absolutely. A majority of you would like to postpone the appointments until the fall, and I did confirm with the clerk to OWASA that this will not affect their quorum.
Okay, so let's continue to work on trying to get someone to fill that seat of Bob Morgan in the fall when we get back, so we can appoint someone in September. Barbara.
Yeah, just really quickly, Mayor LaVelle. And so now that things are starting to reopen a little bit, and we're having some town events outside and things of that nature. In addition to elected officials, us doing our networking and trying to find folks, can we start to also kind of advertise and advocate at some town events, maybe like July 4th or the Pride event on June 24th? What are your thoughts, What do council members think about that? Just add that back in where we're just starting to, maybe staff can have a table or there's some kind of information out there. Maybe it doesn't even need to be staff.
Yeah, I think those of us involved with these various groups that are starting to have events again, maybe we could, Kathy, even have access to some flyers or something we could post or hand out or have.
That's all. Yeah.
That kind of thing. Yeah.
That's
that
perfect.
in-person stuff again. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next item, except I see Sammy's hands up.
Yeah, just very briefly follow up to Barbara's comment. If it's the general thing that about advisory boards, that'd be great. If it's going to be specific about OWASA, please also include the climate action team in that advertisement. Thank you.
Maybe we could have it, Kathy, just kind of say what current openings are or something like that. I don't know, have the date at the top maybe. So, because I think it does help when people know what it is that's open that we're seeking people for. So, and we know also, how we're pushing out for this too, for diversity and everything. So
it's not just for OWASA, it's for all of our openings, right? Great.
But particularly right now, all the ones that have openings. Right.
Yeah, that's what I meant. All of the openings.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Great idea.
Okay, so moving on then to the next item, Mr. Manager.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. The next item on your agenda is a public hearing for the 203 South Greensboro project and consideration of the site plan and design development cost elements. And Trish will introduce this item. Trish?
Can I make a quick comment? This is Damon.
Please. Yeah, go ahead, David.
I feel like it's maybe worth noting because we are talking a little bit about agenda management tonight, that 3 of the remaining 4 items on our agenda are public hearings, and that we will not be making decisions on those items because we have to make the decisions at a subsequent meeting. So we're here to receive comment, we're here to ask questions and so on, but I think just important for us to note that we're not sort of under the gun on making a decision tonight. We want to receive input and we want to share our questions and thoughts, and we'll be making the decision after the public has additional opportunity to send in written comment after tonight's meeting.
Right. Thank you, Damon. Certainly for the satellite parking and the land use ordinance amendments, I think the public hearing we have coming up right now is the one we just have because it's our building and we want to have a public hearing. But yeah, I appreciate that. So
thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so we can go ahead with 203, Trish, Marty.
Thank you so much. Thank you again. Good evening. So Marty and I are here this evening. We've got a few people in the waiting room as well, if you have questions for Barnhill or Perkins and Will. But we're here just a quick update for you on the site plan review that's been underway associated with the zoning permit that would be issued for this project as it reaches completion. So this is the point A. And Marty, can you share the slides and I'll talk from those. We're going to tag team just a little bit, try and be as succinct as we can. Use your time well this evening. Okay. We're almost getting there.
Should be there now. Are you seeing it?
Well, it's kind of small. Okay, go to the second slide, please. Yes, just an update. The last few meetings we've been in front of you. November 17th, we talked about the schematic design and the schematic design pricing. And then we were in front of you in January for the principal design elements that we were working to finalize into the design development plans. We came back on April 6th.
I'm so sorry. This is Lydia. I don't know if Marty's able to do it or not, but the way it is right now, it's showing the main slide as well as the next slide. So
yeah,
I know everyone can enlarge their screen, but I just thought I'd mention that. I didn't know, Marty, if that's something you can control or not.
Okay, I'll see what I can do with that.
Let's make a normal slide view.
Yeah, maybe that swap when you just.
Thank you for saying that. Thanks. Thank you, Marty. Thanks, Lydia.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that better?
It's a lot better. Thank you.
So we were in front of you again in January for the public hearing on principal design elements. We had another hearing in April, really to approve those design elements and discussed also parking and economic development employment issues. And we had taken the plans at your request from the January meeting to the advisory boards, and so that information was shared back with you in April. So here we are tonight, June 15th, with the site plan and really the land use ordinance zoning permit review for you and the update on the design development cost estimate. Next slide, please. So just for everyone's recollection, this is the site. It is surrounded by 4 streets: Maple Avenue Extension, East Carr Street, South Greensboro, and Roberson Street. And the address is 203 South Greensboro, hence our little name for it. This is a 0.88 acre site of piece of property that the town has owned since 2013. It was leased briefly prior to that as a public parking space after the hardware store on the site was removed. And then the town has turned it into a parking lot, a surface parking lot since that time as well. Next slide. So zoning division has gone through the ordinance review of the site plan package, which we included in this agenda item, and have found compliance with the land use ordinance in these categories. And this is a summary really: permissible uses, supplementary use, density and dimensions, street and sidewalk requirements, utilities, stormwater, and parking. Next slide. There are a couple of provisions in the ordinance that do have, the project complies with them, but they have some flexibility allowed as part of that, specifically the presumptive standard for screening along Carr Street and Maple Avenue. The type B is the presumptive. The plans show a type C along Carr and almost that along Maple. There is a mural included on the Maple Avenue facade as well, and the consultants feel that the type C screen is more appropriate in terms of the overall building design. The tree canopy coverage portion of the ordinance is being substantially met. The site has 1 tree on it now. I'm not sure, I can't recall the exact number of trees being added, but it's a percentage. We're meeting 8% of the 15% requirement. The flexibility in the ordinance currently allows such such flexibility in conjunction with enhanced site improvements specifically related to stormwater management, and that is the case right now. The stormwater management is exceeding the required provisions for stormwater volume. Next slide.
22 trees, and there's a exhibit coming up, so you'll be able to see that.
Thanks, Marty. There are a couple of other site items of note in the agenda packet. The site does not currently show brick edge sidewalks. You all may be familiar with the fact that we do have that design detail in some places in the downtown. It's not a requirement in this location, and it's something for you to consider if you would want to see it there. The consultants have felt that the brick edge sidewalks would be a little bit discordant with the design of the building in terms of the color of the brick, et cetera. And so are preferring that it be more uniform without that design detail. The Appearance Commission meeting. So this project is to go before the Appearance Commission for a review I guess there's an amount that Marty can put the words to this more accurately than I can, but it's the amount of glass, I guess, on a building facade. That is a deviation we see in other projects as well for projects that don't fully comply with the every specific provision of the architecture downtown design standards for architecture. So an Appearance Commission meeting is being scheduled for that review. Then there's a slight deviation from the site plan you've seen previously related to the use of a bike sharrow instead of a bike lane on South Greensboro Street. The final details of this lighting plan are in the works, and we will clearly make sure that project complies with the applicable land use ordinance regulations in that point. And the streetscape plan is different from a Roberson Street right-of-way plan that the Board of Aldermen adopted many years ago, but you have seen this one in a number of iterations, and it is really more of a zero grade, pedestrian friendly kind of cross section for the street instead. Let's see, next slide. Just have a few images. The existing conditions are, as you see here, a surface parking lot with the delineated spaces. The site plan does show the building, and it is, occupiable building on both sides, the east and the west. On the first floor on the east side, which is the right side in this image, of course, the upper floors are a parking structure. On the left side or the west side, it's a 3-story building with the library on the first floor, and then various other classrooms and office spaces, and a teen center and so forth up in the air in those 2 other stories. Next slide. The site plan goes through a parking analysis. There are 173 parking spaces included in the deck, which is more than is required for the square footages that are currently proposed, but acceptable kind of in relation to past conversations you all have had and the community as well for the site. Next slide. This is the calculation showing the tree canopy. So the existing tree is that one labeled over there in the sort of northeast corner of the site. And then the others show those that are added and which portions of them count to the specific requirements of the land use ordinance. There's more in the right of way. So there actually is more tree coverage than is indicated by the 8%. But in relation to the right of way, this is as the language is written in the land use ordinance. This represents that. So the capital projects ordinance, which you guys approved last in 2020, has the project totals at about 25.8 million for the combination of professional services, construction of the building, and parking. The next slide, please. And Marty, can you make the view on this a little smaller because I'm losing? Can you all see the entire slide?
No, it's cutting off. It is cutting off just a little bit, Trish. It's running a bit off on the right there, Marty. Yeah, there we go. That's
Great.
good.
Thank you so much.
Wait a minute, we can't see it. That's minuscule.
Make it larger, not smaller? Is that?
Well, I think it.
I see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it now.
But that makes it half run off there. See, Jackie, it might be better. Maybe pull over and make it bigger on your screen or something. But now it's too hard for us to see all of the designs, all the numbers.
Okay, there. Keep it there. That's good. That's good.
Okay.
So what we've got here is just a summary of where the budget is now and what the design development plan set estimate is looking like right now. We received the design estimate in May, and we have been going through a value engineering process since the middle of May with Perkins and Will and with Barnhill, and they have been getting pricing and additional information from subs, et cetera. So the column all the way to the second column in from the left is the project budget. The asterisk there reflects the fact that the capital projects ordinance we just showed you, the 25.8 million, there's a slight increase. You all remember that conversation that the county had in earlier this year, and basically found some additional funding because there was an overage in terms of their portion of the project at that time. And this was from the schematic design pricing. So you can see the schematic design estimate in the second column. There's a little bit of a difference here because in the schematic design estimate and in the DD estimate, the CMAR, construction manager at risk costs, are actually pulled up into the construction budget, and they're as opposed to being in design, which is where in our capital projects ordinance and we've had them allocated. So the budget isn't perfect apples to apples here as presented, but that's how those dollars are getting allocated in the design. In the schematic and the DD estimates. So into construction, it really is, CMAR is really a construction cost line item in that regard. So at the end of the day, where we are right now with the DD estimate, when it came in at first, it was at 28.5. We've been working to pull that variance down. We're between probably $500,000 and $1 million over the project budget, but believe that it's going to be within a reasonable amount of variance, if any, as we move through the estimating process, as we get more into CDs and as we go further along. We don't have a perfect vision of that. The project budget does include, so under construction, we have 3 types of contingency right now. a design contingency, a construction contingency, and still an escalation estimate. So it's about, I think, well, I can pull that number up for you actually. Well, let me look for that actually when you're asking a question and pondering. So there is a little bit, we are a little bit over the project budget at this time, but we are still working diligently to keep it in line as much as possible. And we have identified a number of VE items. So the next slide, Marty, please. This goes through what we have been doing in terms of value engineering. So we have been making some changes to paving and seating materials on the outside of the project. Some structural changes, just checking carefully to see where the estimates are for any non-shear concrete. That's primarily in the parking deck. Some revisions to the metal panel exterior material, finishes inside the building, looking at different countertops and ceiling and wall coverings, the amount of built-ins or millwork, and then carefully looking at the mechanical, electrical, plumbing areas for any cost savings, any tweaks to the plans as we flesh out more details in the construction drawings. Next slide, please. Our next steps are we do plan to bring back resolutions for you regarding the site plan and the DD cost estimate for your meeting next week. We will continue. Our plan is to continue working on the construction plans with the anticipated completion at the end of September. The building permit process would probably begin a little bit later than that, working towards approval of a building permit in February. The financing approval, we would look for completing that in January or February, with construction being able to begin in January or February. Site construction and building might be separated by a month or so, but this is our current anticipated schedule. And I think that's the last slide. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Trish. Go ahead and Marty, go ahead and close that. And then if we need to have it be brought up for any reason, we will. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. And I know some council members might have questions, but I know we also have 2 or 3 people in the audience that have some comments. Let's start out here with Jackie.
Thank you very much for this, Trish. I see where there has been an increase in the estimate of the cost. I'm still suspicious of that. That still looks low to me. I've been doing research into the rise of construction costs. Copper right now is like through the roof. So is steel. Concrete, when you can get it, is really, really expensive. So this increase just really bothers me. And I don't want us to be in a position where we're suddenly having to come up with a whole lot more money, or ask the county for more money, or do a redesign. So I'm hoping that next week we get some more concrete numbers, no pun intended. The cost of labor is also really going up, which I think is a good thing. I think we should pay labor what labor's worth, but the numbers I saw today, that increase just doesn't seem to cover, doesn't seem to be equal to what I'm hearing about the rise in costs. And I really hope to have a thorough conversation with them next week, not to just be told, well, we put 5% in the budget, because just go read a trade journal. I mean, it's scary stuff, and it might come down later, but it might not. So I'm going to want a lot more details on what I think we need a plan that if the cost goes up above what, like to set a ceiling, and if labor and materials increase to the point where the cost is X% above what we were planning, what are we going to do about that? Who's going to make up the difference? Are we going to change the footprint? Are we going to delay? I'd rather have a plan to deal with it than kind of be caught in that, well, I guess we better find some more money kind of position. So I really, really appreciate the work that you and Perkins and Will have put into this, but I remain very concerned about the cost. Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. Just to respond, I'll just respond to your concerns from my viewpoint. Tonight is the night to talk through all that, because next week, we're going to get a resolution of approval on the consent agenda based on our conversation from tonight. And part of the conversation tonight, Trish, I don't know if these were numbers you were looking for, but you talked about how the estimate was 27,249,000, and then through value engineering and other aspects, you were able to cut 1.2. So now it's down to under $1 million. You're continuing to look at how to cut down that $1 million, which is up to $500,000 each, I guess, between us and the county. But I'm not sure. I don't know if I would be willing to say between now and next week what it's going to be for me to stop the project or to completely redo it, because then that's a whole nother set of costs.
I'm not talking stop it or completely redo it. I'm just trying for us to come up with a plan that if these costs increase, what are we going to do? How are we going to handle it? I think we owe that to the people that are paying for it, because the numbers that I'm seeing in this report aren't reflecting the numbers that I'm reading when I do research into the cost of construction. So maybe Perkins and Wills could tell us something more by next week.
Let's go to Trish, and then I see Barbara and Susan have follow-ups also. Yeah, go ahead, Trish.
I didn't put this on the slide, but in our project schedule, we do have a pre-bid pricing step, which would start when the construction drawings are done at the end of September, and we would probably have a pre-bid price sometime in November. So that is another check-in point. Really, again, what we're doing right now is Barnhill is using their experience and checking with subs about these projects, and Brian Rose from Barnhill. I don't want to give him short shrift, and he's really very capable of answering questions about this. So, but there is a pre-bid pricing step, and so what we've been doing is to sort of check as we go along, have multiple check-in points to see how far our variance might be. And you described it correctly, Lydia. We are just under $1 million right now, which would be currently about half for each the town and the county over our current budget, which that budget being the number, the 27.6 million, which we arrived at with the county adding in that extra money earlier this year. So.
Thanks, Trish. Let's go to Barbara and then Susan.
Thank you, Mary LaBelle, and thank you, Trish and Marty. It's just you guys. Okay. So we committed to this. We committed to the 203 project as a council. And is there a point where we would actually say, I understand what Councilmember Gist is saying, what Jackie is saying. And I guess the question for me, is there a point that we would actually do that? Or but we just try to figure out a way to, to cover for the overage, since we've already basically committed to it. I know we can, I guess, change, our vote if the majority of the council wanted that. But I really hope that we would be able to go ahead with the project, but just knowing that it's like every day, the price of materials is going up, like Jackie said, the labor costs and all things associated. And are we looking at the fall to start construction? That's the next question. And then my last question is about these brick edge sidewalks that are common in parts of our downtown, but they're not included at this point. That's an extra price point, an extra cost for those, I presume, if we decided that that's the way we want it to go, in addition to the other questions I asked.
There may be some cost increase with that. They have not priced that detail.
Oh, I see. Okay. And my first question, I guess, is for us, the council members. Is there a point where we would just say, nah, it costs too much? Is this the night to discuss that, Lydia? Or
Well, I
Or-
think, we've been there on several other occasions.
We have.
Particularly the time before last, I think we had this where we had a very solid, a solid majority to move forward on it. So, I mean, I hear Jackie's concerns, but I don't, unless anyone else raises a lot of red flags and wants to, put on the brakes right now. It's my sense that we're still all moving forward and understanding cautiously, understanding value engineering, understanding concern. But that's kind of my view. But I have just a follow up on your question about the bricks, Trish. So that's in some of the town, but I don't know that I'm wedded to happy to have them beside this one or not in terms of the look or not. If they're thinking it looks better without it at that particular spot, I'm fine without it. But maybe council members can comment on that as you talk too. And remember, we have a couple of other folks in the audience to talk to.
And the last question on Mayor LaBelle, somebody knows it. Construction in the fall?
Oh,
Is that what we're looking at?
Did it say construction in January?
Or is it next year?
It might have said break ground in January or February. Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
we're
next year.
thinking the financing approval early in the year, and that would allow us to go forward. Forward early, January.
Thank you.
February.
That's early 2022. All right, let's go. Sue, and then Sammy, and then maybe the audience.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I feel really, I know, I appreciate all the concerns about the cost overruns, but I would also say I just feel really committed to this project. And toward that end, I was wondering, before our next meeting, perhaps if we could learn about some possibilities of how we could deal with cost overruns. Just, for example, would American Rescue Plan Act funds be available under the category for replacing lost revenues? How, if we delayed some capital improvement projects, which ones, how much could we save? Could we spread the debt over 25 years rather than 20 years? How much would that save? If we're thinking about applying for a climate action grant, how much could we, potentially get for that? I was wondering if before next week's meeting, we could get just some ideas in terms of the options that we would have to address some of the cost overruns, Trish. And then my other question is at what point in this process do we actually lock in the price? Is that like some point in January? When does that happen where we know the price is not going to go any higher at that point?
Well, we lock in the price really with the GMP. So that's finalized in association with the project that, Barnhill putting the project out to bid. And so that's when we know what the GMP is.
And that's put out to bid when, Trish? I'm sorry, that's put out to bid when?
I think the plan is that there would be bidding on the project with the 100% document sometime early in, but post right after Christmas. I think that's the plan. So,
right. In January.
Yep.
Okay.
January.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's what you're talking about, get the financing, or I mean, that's the final bid and selection of the builder. Okay.
And I would just like to say that, I mean, we have a, I don't know, 8 or 10 pages of VE value engineering items that we're, continuing to work through every week, with Barnhill and Perkins and Will. So, and Ben Schmadeke from Public Works, is part of this team as well. So we're carefully talking with our staff about elements in the project as well as that. And, we have, as you've all heard before, I mean, one of the ideas was what would it mean if we would have to shell some of the space and come back later and finish it? So, that is one of the options that is available to us to price as part of this, this bidding, this cost estimating. So we are doing that too.
Yeah, it strikes me that the level of detail and expertise at which they are value engineering is maybe even, it's so dense that it would be interesting for us to see it. But I think it's also Probably a lot more detailed than we realized, just kind of even just hearing that statement, but I appreciate that. That's great. Susan, is that good? Does that answer your questions?
That's good. Thank you.
Let's go to Sammy and then Damon, and then maybe we'll go to the audience.
Yes, thanks for that presentation, Trish. So first question I have is, I know we talked about solar. Some of the images show solar over the building, but we had also talked about solar on the parking deck. And I'm wondering if that's, if not representation in the photo is not accurate, or what's the status of that?
I'm trying to just check to see. I think that the solar may be on the add alternate items from a cost estimate list for perspective right now. And the building design is being finalized to include the ability to put solar on the top of the parking deck as well. So that's definitely built into the project. But I believe that the solar on the east side of the building, on the parking deck side, may be an add alternate as well. But I have to confirm that. I can check and confirm that or not.
Okay, and what does add alternate mean?
What it means is that we would have it built into the bid package, but it wouldn't be a base item. It would be a below the line item that would be, we would get priced, and we would see if we could include it. Depending on how all the other costs fall out at the time a decision is made about, what we will pay for, what we'll have to.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, I find that to be problematic. I think it should be included just as we would want, just as we're choosing to have a parking deck, we should be choosing to have solar. So I would like for that to be included, not as this thing that we can strike off. Related to that is also the bike lane. I was wondering what the reasoning was there. I saw that in lieu of the bike lane, there's a suggestion or alternative being pursued, which is a sharrow. What's the reasoning for not including the bike path, the bike lane?
I can speak to that one, Trish. Having met with the consultants last week, we had a discussion about that, and we received comments back from NCDOT regarding minimum lane widths and basically their requirements that in some situations exceed town requirements. And simply put, there wasn't enough room to get it in without moving, without affecting the site itself in terms of location of the building pad and the 10-foot sidewalk, et cetera, out front. In addition to that, we had a similar conversation about the CASA project, which you may recall from a year or so ago, where DOT doesn't like, and I think the staff tended to agree that it wasn't good to have these bike lanes that kind of start and stop in short order, because you're sending a message to a bicyclist that they're in a safe space, and all of a sudden within a couple of 100 feet they have to merge back into traffic. So it just seemed like the best solution to go with a sharrow until such time as we could put a more complete bike lane facility in place.
So just to be clear, Marty, it sounds like current NCDOT rules just don't allow it to begin with. I mean, the segmented argument isn't really relevant given those rules, right?
We would have to, DOT minimum mandates would mean that we would have to shrink the sidewalk in front of the building or something to accommodate their minimum lane requirements.
So given that we're, talking about building now and what to build, I think it would make a lot of sense to make it so that there's room for a bike lane. One of the major prioritization we have in town is facilitating bikeability and walkability, and not just the mobility of big cars. And so I would very much encourage us to, how much are we talking about? 1 foot? How many feet more are we talking about?
It was either 1 foot or 2 foot. What I'm struggling to remember if it was 1 foot for the travel lane and an additional 2nd foot for the bike lane itself, or if it was just 1 foot total, but it was either 1 or 2.
Okay, well, is that something that can be looked into and considered as something that we're interested in doing? I understand the segment thing, but if we don't create the design so that in the future, whenever we do repaint the road, you can't do it because we didn't build it like that, then we're one step removed from being able to get there. Lastly, I just wanted to support Jackie's request. I mean, I don't know if it's a motion, I would even second it, that the council really consider what our threshold is. I'm pretty sure everyone here has a threshold. And I think that what Jackie's pointing to is we don't want to be the proverbial frogs in the boiling water, just little by little, tolerating an expense that is excessive. At this point, 15 million, well, soon to be $30 million, maybe, we don't know, because we're not clear about to what degree the current economic conditions of what construction costs are accurately being reflected. And so I think it would be wise for us, and if it's not an exercise that we do as a council, as individuals, what do you feel is worth a parking deck and some offices? This is one of the reasons why early on I suggested we have two designs, one for the library and one for the library with parking deck and offices, because when we would come to such a need for making such a decision, the pressure would be so much less, because the majority of people feel, a lot of people in our community want a library. Now, when you're asking them whether they want to spend $15 million for an office and a parking deck, I think the answer is much different. But here we are. So I think it is something I would be interested in having us as a body consider. You all have already heard me personally what my threshold is, so I won't get into that anymore. But if there's more support for it, or Jackie, if you made a motion, I would second it.
I didn't make, Lydia, may I speak?
Yes.
I didn't make a motion, and I am not talking about not building the library. I'm talking about having our eyes open to the increase in cost and having a plan for how we're going to handle that. Susan followed up with some good detailed suggestions to my overall suggestion, and I appreciate that. I don't want people to think that I don't want a library. I do want us to have a plan of what are we going to do if the costs get beyond what we feel we and our taxpayers can cover. So I'm not saying don't build it. I'm saying let's have our eyes open.
All right. Thank you, Jackie and Sammy. And we'll hear from Damon, and then we'll go to our audience. Damon.
I don't really have a lot to add to that, I guess, other than to just first, thank Jackie for raising the question again about some of these rises in construction materials and labor costs. It seems to me from the information we've been presented here by staff today, thank you, Trish and Marty, and the information presented in the agenda packet, that this is a question that has been actively explored, and it's not something that exploration doesn't end tonight, but that's something that will be an ongoing iterative process as the staff and the consultants and the construction manager continue to price out the project, continue to do this so-called, engineering, value engineering, and ways to bring down that variance from the original budget. I feel comfortable with the process that Trish has laid out for us. She mentioned, for example, the step along the way of the pre-bid. The pre-bid step, for example, that, if there are additional steps in that process as Trish continues these discussions with a consultant, I'd be interested in learning about that process. But in my mind, that process, that iterative process of talking through expenses, talking through costs, seeing where you can manage them, that to me is the way that you keep your eye on it. And I think Jackie's right. We should be keeping an eye on it, and I certainly expect that we will. I remain committed to making sure this project gets constructed, and I hope that we will continue to move in that direction. Thanks.
Thanks, Damon. So let's move on here to folks in the audience. Kathy, I know there's at least 2 or 3, so you can bring over whoever you want to bring over next.
Okay, I'll bring over Katie Luvis first.
Hey, Katie.
Good evening.
You have your soft 3 minutes. My phone's messed up, so I trust you on your rough 3 minutes. So go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, as you all know, I'm Katie Luvis. I staff the Carrboro Business Alliance. The CBA Leadership Council, they had their meeting actually earlier today, and they were reviewing your agenda this evening and asked me to speak on their behalf on this topic, as well as the satellite parking text amendment, which I'll take up in a bit. As you know, supporting the 203 project is a complicated matter for the CBA. The building design is architecturally interesting and the concept can certainly add vibrancy to downtown, but there are two very real pain points for our local businesses: parking and construction. For parking, the CBA has a consistent position, no net loss of parking. And I realize you might be thinking, oh no, here we go again, parking. But customer acquisition by way of parking is a very material issue for our local businesses. The reality is there are simply not enough people who live or work within walking distance of downtown Carrboro to meet the level of customer demand necessary for our businesses to keep their doors open. Local businesses need shoppers and diners who come from outside the town, and those folks need a place to park their cars so they can access the businesses. And generally, people prefer to park in a central location so that they can leave their car and then walk around from shop to shop. So needless to say, the centrally located surface lot and its 100 spots in and around it has been a basic building block for our local businesses. The CBA really appreciates what the mayor and council and staff have done to increase the amount of parking in the 203 project, truly. And they also appreciate all the workarounds that John and others have been negotiating to try and close the parking gap that remains, to make up for not only the existing spots, but then the new demand. The 203 project does fall short on a significant number of spots. And most of the leases, from what we understand, that are being negotiated to close that gap are evening, not daytime, and not necessarily proximate to the site. So this leaves a parking delta, which concerns the CBA. The second pain point is with construction. And as you know, our local businesses are starting to emerge from the pandemic. And by the way, they continue to express their gratitude for the small business emergency loans and grants that you all provided last year. So thank you again for that. Their pandemic-related disruptions are compounded, though, with those 4 consecutive years of disruptions from the 2017-2018 South Greensboro Street closures, the 2019-2020 Estes extension roundabout construction. So anyway, despite the many virtues of the project, the net loss of parking and construction timing are troubling to the CBA. And for those reasons, the project has not yet earned their support. They understand you're not taking a vote this evening, but they felt it was important to have me remind you of their parking and construction concerns, and they really appreciate you keeping them in mind as you proceed. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. Let's see. Jackie, do you have a response? Yeah.
Just one, Katie. For years, when this project first came up, parking for our downtown businesses has been my primary concern, and I really pushed on that. What I'm hoping is within the Carrboro business community that people can put some pressure on some of their own members. I am sitting on my front porch during this meeting, and I can look straight ahead and see 300 empty parking spaces, literally. And so I'm hoping that maybe the business community can kind of talk to each other about their concerns and about their needs, and see if maybe just during construction, some of these 300 empty spaces that have weeds growing in them that I am looking at, and that the community asks me about all the time, the town doesn't seem to have any ability to free those spaces up, but I'm hoping that business people's concern for other business people and for each other, maybe we can have some dialogue to open these spaces up, because it's frustrating to the entire community. I'm not saying use it instead of the permanent parking, which would have been nice, but I understand those reasons. But during construction, where people are so, and these spaces are never used, they're not used, they weren't used before the pandemic hit. And so that's kind of the elephant in the living room. And so I wish that the business community would have some conversations amongst themselves, because my concern has always been what happens to businesses during construction. I think I've made my point, but I'm hearing this, everybody sitting here hears this constantly. So
Thanks, Jackie. And one other quick point, Katie, is with regard to construction management. You know, we had a good meeting with the folks who are going to be managing the construction with the CBA a while back. And as we get closer to that, I think we should make sure we have continued conversation around that, especially as, you know, different places are opening up, to make sure that's as non-obtrusive as it possibly can be. So,
may I respond?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. I'm trying to think of how to do it quickly. Well, first of all, thank you, Councilmember Gist, for your comment and your concern, and I hear you. And I do think it warrants a longer, more in-depth conversation. From the Carrboro Business Alliance perspective, this has been a topic that's been discussed. And the Carrboro Business Alliance has advocated for a comprehensive parking solution. And one of the challenges that Carrboro has, and I'm really honestly just learning about parking and studying other towns, but Carrboro has a very unhealthy split when it comes to public versus private parking, what's in the domain. And for a healthier balance, the town should, just like Chapel Hill is trying to get more control of its parking, there is a conversation that needs to happen about how much parking the town should have in its domain. And my understanding is, I think I know the lot that you're talking about. And my understanding is that property owner, that's amount of parking is what's needed to meet their current and future demand. It looks
no, it is empty 24 hours a day.
All right. Let's. I think I'm going to go ahead and cut off the conversation.
Okay.
But this is a conversation we've had an awful lot over the last couple of years. It certainly is an ongoing conversation. It morphs. It kind of ebbs and flows. We have someone new now, John, who's with us, who's getting up to speed with it also. But the same players are still involved in it that always have been. And I think it, in conjunction with our parking plan that we have had and the one we referenced earlier tonight that we're trying to work on too in terms of enforcement, it all kind of bleeds together into an agenda item that is best for another night. But thank you.
Fair enough.
We appreciate your comments, and I appreciate Jackie's comments too. I mean, they're all valid. Appreciate them all. So
thank you.
Thank you. All right. So next speaker tonight, it looks like Heidi has joined the room. Heidi, we can see your picture, and now we see you, and your microphone's off, and it's great. It'd be good to have you here with us. So,
hi.
Take it away.
God knows I love to talk about parking. I would like to say to the Carrboro Business Alliance that if they haven't looked at some of the studies that show that people who bike actually spend more money locally than people who drive, that they might try to embrace the bicycling community. And I think the town could help by promoting people biking downtown. Having said that, I will go on to the plans that I looked at for the library, for the 203 project. And I'm not going to talk about the excessive amount of car parking, but I do want to talk about the bike parking. And when I first looked at the plans, on page 1, it said, 73 car parking spaces required. 173 provided. There was nothing on there about bike parking. I had to go to page 35 to find out how many bike parking spaces there were. And it said there were 71, which is great. I couldn't find them. I wrote Trish and asked her if she could help point them out to me, and she did, and that was great. And I'm bringing this up because I think that the town is guilty of something that an awful lot of people are guilty of. They think of bicycles as toys and not as transportation. And they really need to start thinking of them as valid transportation. So I was looking at the plans. I like the parking that I see. However, it was hard to tell on the PDF how much space there is between. They're doing a lot of inverted U-racks, and it looks like a lot of them are in the parking deck on all the levels. So my first point is to be sure that it is safe for bikes to go up the levels in the parking deck, because I know that at the 300 building, there were some concerns about bikes in the parking deck. And if you're going up to the second or third or fourth floor, you have to go through the parking deck. So that's my first concern. My second one is, I've noticed lately that inverted U-racks that are being put in they're not usable for two bikes. They're usable for one, but they're counted as two. And I think part of the problem is that back in the days when people used those drop bar 10-speed bikes, the width of a bike was about 17 inches. And so they put the bike racks about 2 feet apart. The APBP now recommends that they be 3.5 to 4 feet apart for you to use them. And I know I went out in my garage. I have, as you know, over a dozen bikes in my garage. The 2 drop bars were 17 inches wide, but all of my other bikes were between 26 and 28 inches wide at the handlebars. And I think that as you start seeing more cargo bikes and more e-bikes, that's going to continue. And if you put a mirror on the end, it extends it further. So if they're counting it as 2 bikes per rack, they have to be sure that the racks are put in to accommodate that. And I would just say to use the APBP recommendations of 3.5 to 4 feet in between, and then to make sure there's room for the bikes to be there so that they don't run out into the car spaces. And I know that there was some talk about bike share also being put at the library, but I'm trusting that that is possibly going to be separate from what's included as bike parking. And finally, I'm just going to say that I'm very excited about the 203 project. There's a guy that lives in Greensboro who runs their library. He's always sending us programs that the libraries are doing with the communities to make them aware of things like biking and walking, as well as other health initiatives. And I think that these will bring a lot of people downtown. The businesses will benefit from this. I can't wait to see it being done in our town the way it is in other ones. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Heidi. Appreciate those comments. Okay, so Kathy, is there anyone else who's in? Pardon me?
We did have Marla. They were on earlier, and I'd emailed them, but they're not on any longer. So I'll make sure to email them so that they can get their comments in.
Okay. All right. Very good. So, so I think we've heard from all the members of the public who wanted to speak on this matter. And I appreciate those comments. And so council members, any other closing comments from us before we move on to the next item? I think what we were to do here was to give comments, ask questions, and then, as we know, we'll be getting back something on this at our next meeting. Yes, Damon.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I appreciated Heidi's input there, especially on, sort of being a little bit specifying some of the details around bike parking regulations and dimensions and so on. I just want to, reflect my own interest as a member of the council in seeing that those comments dealt with by the staff as they go into their next iteration of this design.
Thanks, Damon. Yeah, I appreciate that. I was just kind of assuming that the staff. I saw Trish nodding her head, but I agree. I mean, it makes perfect sense when you look at the width of bikes and e-bikes and with mirrors and things to kind of make sure that our bicycle parking is able to accommodate those kind of size bikes under those specs that she gave us. So I agree. So, all right. Anything else from anyone? Let's see, Sammy.
Yeah, and just to follow up on Heidi and Damon and the mayor, just if the plans could specify that kind of detail, like the specific distance the bike routes will be, I think it would help folks just feel a little more comfortable going forward in that regard. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Sammy. All right, Mr. Manager, I think you've gotten your comments, you've gotten comments and feedback from everyone. So I think we're ready to move on to our next item and close the hearing, moving on.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Council, the next item on your agenda is an update on the Starlight Drive traffic calming and Bard Owl Creek traffic calming. And I believe Zach will make the staff report.
Zach, if you could raise your hand, that way I can see which account you're on. Thank you.
All right, good evening, everyone.
Hey, Zach.
We'll be doing this a little different than some of our usual presentations since we have two different traffic calming projects. We'll break it up in the middle. We'll do Starlight first. We'll have a little time for anyone from the public or folks who want to speak, and then I'll move on to Carroll Street and Bard Owl. With that brief overview of what we've done recently for Starlight, back in February, we provided the updated concept plan to the residents via a mailing. We revised that design based on the feedback we received. People weren't particularly big fans of the idea of using delineators for a curb extension, so we're not going to do that. We're working through some final details about ADA accessibility of the speed table and moving into final design shortly. Once we get that wrapped up, we expect an installation can occur sometime in late September, just kind of depending on when design finishes up. For a little visual, this was part of the concept plan that has been revised based on what we heard. This is kind of the north section, so really the north is to the left side of your screen here. We're really just proposing a center line, the painted curb extension, leaving the existing stop sign but adding a stop bar. And then on the right-hand side of your screen, which is kind of the mid-block, which is where we're proposing the speed table. We looked at that primarily. It's more or less where it's going to remain. We'll have some more details to iron out just to make sure. Then this is the southern end. Similar treatment on the curve there, center line, curve extension. A little peek at our final design. This is more detailed. It has all of the lane widths to find out. It has the signs that would need to go along with that speed table. This is a normal north-south. I'll do a zoom in so you can see it a little bit better. This is that southern curve. Normal signage associated with speed tables, there's usually something right at the speed table and then something about 100, 150 feet in advance. And again, this is the northern curve. Same treatment, center line, curve extension marking. And with that, I'd open it to any comments.
Great. Thank you, Zach. Barbara has a question or comment, and then Randy. So let's start with Barbara.
Thank you, Lydia. Zach, can you go back a couple of slides before that? Yes. And thank you for your presentation. So painting the curb extension as a visual cue and help to prevent vehicles from turning too sharply. Okay, so the delineators won't be used there. And the mid-block speed table to manage vehicle speed. So I'm just wondering how effective this is going to be in this particular stretch on Starlight Drive, just knowing, I know a lot of people over here, and, you know, I'm in the area, and the way the houses are situated, and, you know, someone coming through speeding, I mean, could easily lose control and end up in somebody's yard just because of the way the houses are situated with the you know, the proximity to the street, being Starlight Drive. So I just wanted to hear what you think about this. I mean, obviously you're the transportation person, but I guess people would have to get used to it and understand, you know, how they're supposed to respond coming through here in a vehicle. So I guess that was my question. Does that make sense?
So
I was rambling, so I apologize, but I think you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, the idea with the curb extensions, you know, to build something to full build out that would be permanent is a little different, but we weren't quite sure. We were kind of on the same thought you had, is we're not 100% sure how effective this is going to be. This could be useful, but I think part of every traffic calming project that we do is we'll go back and do some follow-up data collection and see how effective this actually is. And then if they are, we could look at doing something more permanent in the future.
Okay, so we'll just try. So basically what you're saying, we'll try this and just see. And so I did hear from you that folks over there understand how this will work, and they're pretty much okay with it, at least to start.
Yeah,
just
they
see
like the
how
idea of not putting any kind of vertical element, just so it could still kind of be like a pedestrian refuge for people who are walking in the street.
Got it. Good idea. Okay, that was my question. Thank you, Zach.
You're welcome.
All right. Thanks, Barbara. Let's move on to Randy and then Susan.
Hey, Zach. I'm sorry it's late. For this concept plan for Starlight, there are some ADA accessibility issues that go beyond what can be put in paint on the road or bumped up in terms of a speed table. And that is that at least 3 neighbors on this stretch of Starlight either are in a wheelchair, a walker, or use a cane. And there are no sidewalks, and not that sidewalks would particularly help. So the folks who are in the wheelchair or in walkers, you know, their concern is that they would like to have space in the road that is delineated. So, for example, a bike lane striping, so that is wheelchair width, so they are protected because they don't have a sidewalk. So that's item 1. Item 2 is that the speed tables make it particularly difficult to navigate ADA equipment around, whether it be a wheelchair or it be a walker. So there needs to be, and if there were bike lanes, it would allow for that, at least on one side, if not both sides. So I want to raise that issue that was brought to me by neighbors. And Ellen Perry and I have been talking quite a bit about this, and it's a huge obstacle. So you know, I have concerns that this concept plan does not take into account the needs of folks who actually live here. It's actually creating more of a hazard for them than it is protecting them with some protected space in the roadway. So, you know, what are the plans to address this need? Because I, for one, would not support this plan until I knew that those neighbors were going to be able to be safe and protected.
Yeah, I'll start with the speed table because that's an easier solution. I've already talked to our design engineer. It sounds like we should be able to basically narrow up the speed table on one side of the road, so there should be a level surface, I think, on the west side of the speed table, so they won't have to navigate over it. As for pavement markings, that's a little trickier. We only have about 22 feet of pavement plus the curb here. So we have parking on one side of the street that leaves us about, 18 feet or so for the rest. It's very hard to go in and put a designated lane, bike lane, or similar pavement marking here without getting rid of that on-street parking. So that's something we could have a future conversation about with the residents, but I don't really have a good answer for that right now, but I'll have to do some more research.
I would also say, I don't know if you realize, but Ellen herself, her home is at 120. If the if the speed table is narrowed on the west side, that means she has to cross in the wheelchair at a curve. I'm just saying, I really think what has to happen, what my recommendation would be, is I go house to house and talk to every single person there and see what their needs are. That doesn't mean that needs are not going to change in the future, but it means in the short run that you're ensuring that their voices are heard, that you understand their very immediate needs, because without sidewalk, there is no option, and we cannot be putting them in harm's way.
Okay, Randy, thank you. Let's go to Susan.
Yeah, thank you, Randy and Barbara. Those were really good comments. And thank you, Zach, for your presentation. I have just one really quick question. The two very sharp curves on Starlight, I imagine it's already there, Zach, but is there signage letting drivers know that they're approaching very sharp turns and, advising them to be slowing down at both of those corners?
Yeah, I don't have an image of it, but I think it's probably just on the entrance. So around this section as you're approaching this curve from the west, and then on this one as you're approaching from the east. I don't think there's necessarily one in the middle, but I'm just off the top of my head. I'm fairly certain there are, but that's something we could look at as part of this.
That would be great. I'm just thinking the more signage, the better, as people are approaching those kind of hairpin curves there. That would be great. Thank you for considering, Zach.
Thank you, Susan. We'll go to Jackie and then back to Barbara.
Thank you. And thank you, Zach. I'm sitting here wondering, you go into some neighborhoods and you'll see slow children at play signs. And I don't want to put, slow seniors walking signs. But I'm wondering if there are some kind of signs that say caution pedestrian area or something to kind of alert people that there are people walking around here. Do those signs exist?
Yeah, I think the standard language is pedestrians in a roadway or something similar like that. We can definitely look into that.
I think that doesn't sound like a high ticket item. And if we could put one even specifically down near Ellen's house. I mean, I agree with Randy for what we should and shouldn't be doing. But if we could get a sign like that near Ellen's house, we don't need to make any specific things about Ellen. Like we don't have to say, wheelchair crossing or anything like that. But if we just had something near her house that said pedestrian crossing area, that might alert people. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, great idea, Jackie. Let's go back to Barbara now. And Susan, is your hand up from earlier? Go back to Barbara.
Thank you, Lydia. And so just really quickly, and thank you, Susan, Jackie, and Randy for your comments and raising some really important issues like around access and safety and the lack of sidewalks. And, and I know, sometimes there are cars, or even, like trucks with trail, parked along a Starlight, like right there. And so I say all that to say, I appreciate this as a start. But I think it was Randy that said, I do think we may have to get a little bit more intense over here to get the desired effect, Zach. Maybe a plan B, or just take into account some of the comments that you heard from us tonight, and let us know what you might recommend in light of our comments. Does that sound okay to you? In addition to what you already presented, or is this pretty much?
Yeah, so I think the main adjustment that you can't really see in here would be making sure we get the speed table narrowed so that someone can maneuver around it. In terms of other things like signage, that's something we can work through in our final design.
Okay, so there is a few things you could add to what's here. Okay, that sounds good. Thank you, Zach.
All right, thanks, Barbara. And let's see. Kathy, I'm looking in the audience and I don't see anyone with their hand up to speak about this particular traffic calming measure. So I think we can go on then to Zach to the second part of this, the Bardell Creek traffic calming part. So.
All right. Bardell Creek or Carroll Street, that was primarily our focus here. A brief schedule. We're working towards this idea of an interim installation, which would primarily use delineators as well as some other signage to identify the traffic calming devices, along with the local traffic only signage that was requested in the conditions of the Lloyd Farm rezoning. We should be able to put that in now as well. We're really looking at a July timeframe from this installation. This will allow us to leave these interim devices in place for several months. Will give us some time to collect data. We'll get some feedback from the residents, what they like, what they don't like. We'll be able to tell how effective they are. And then we'll be able to make a final design based on that. Locations might change, the different device types might change depending on what's effective or what residents like. And we'll have some more follow-up later this year. Just a brief overview of what this interim installation would look like. This is the 300 block of Carroll Street. It's really pavement markings, the plastic delineator posts, you might be familiar with them. They have them in Chapel Hill on Rosemary Street. There's something that would keep a vehicle from driving in there, but if you had a situation where if you absolutely had to drive over it, like an emergency vehicle, they could drive over that if they needed to set up in front of one of these houses so it wouldn't impede someone, it wouldn't impede emergency access. But the narrowing at the center of this is down to about 14 feet, which if you're in a car and someone was coming in the other direction, you could pass each other, but you're going to need to slow down substantially. There are advanced warning signs 100 feet in advance on either direction, and then there's kind of an object marker, which is located right where at the edge of the road where the device would begin. Then here on the 100 block of Carroll Street, this is kind of a very long setup, so the match line matches up between the two. And really what this is going to do is, instead of the 300 block where we had 3 feet on either side of the roadway, this is 6 foot on one side and then offset by about another 100 feet, 6 feet on the other side. So you have both a narrowing effect, but also the need to navigate the curvature here. So that can help to slow down traffic volumes as well. Again, same types of warning markers in advance and then located directly at the edges of the devices. Next is the intersection of Lorraine and Carroll Street. This was actually the most interesting one. This was our primary kind of, we weren't sure how well this was going to work once we took a fire truck out here and tried to maneuver some of these curb radiuses. And when we had done the test, what we actually ended up doing was we'd actually need to pull these into about 5 feet on that northwest corner or about 3 feet on the southwest corner. But from our conversations with the fire department, because you can completely drive over these in the case of an emergency, if they needed to make this turn, they can just drive over them. So this, for our interim purposes, that's what they can do. We've been in conversations with the town engineer about, can we design a permanent device that can be mounted by a fire truck? And that sounds pretty likely, so that if this is a design that we like and works for everyone, it's not going to be like, oh, well, we presented this interim, but we can't actually do this for our permanent installation. There's ways we can design around the traffic calming while still allowing for emergency access. And again, similar sorts of object markers right at the corners. Before I jump, you may recall in our, I'm not sure if you saw so much of the test, but we also did a test out on James Street. The reason we're not doing an interim on James Street is because traffic volumes there are, under normal conditions, significantly higher because of that post office driveway. And to introduce a narrowing there where there's going to be a lot more conflicting movements, we wouldn't want to create a safety hazard. So we just weren't comfortable putting something out there. We're still trying out a similar treatment so we can still test the effectiveness, and we'll look at some other options for James Street, likely as a part of that neighborhood-wide traffic calming plan for Bard Owl Creek. And with that, I'd open to any questions.
Okay, let's start with Damon.
Thanks, Lydia. I'll just be very brief. And first, Zach, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate that you're focusing here on these specific interim installations for Carroll Street. I think you heard from some of the neighbors and residents in the neighborhood that they first were just trying to understand, how did this specific project fit into the larger project of, as you call it, this sort of more neighborhood-wide plan for traffic calming, and especially looking down the road to when we get to the development of the Lloyd property. So I think having that clarity from you about in the staff memo and with your follow-ups to the neighbors that this is sort of this preliminary step on these interim installations for Carroll Street is really important. I appreciated in your memo too that you talked about your intent to provide a timeline soon for what's coming beyond even this interim step. I also just wanted to highlight one of the things that I found really helpful in your presentation or in your memo, your staff material, agenda materials, and that was the frequently asked questions document. I know one of the big questions that it's been on people's minds has been, in that final design, for example, of the Lloyd property, what does that mean for access from the Lloyd property to James Street via the post office parking lot? And I think your clarity there about the fact that there is in fact a median design for that particular access is really important and makes a big difference for how people feel about what the impacts may be from Lloyd property onto James Street. So I think continuing to provide those kind of clear answers to the questions you're hearing from neighbors will be really important. And I appreciate you providing us with this update and look forward to hearing what you learn from it when you get these on the ground.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Damon. Let's go on to Sammy.
Thanks for the presentation, Zach, and all your work on this. I just had two questions. One, we've heard from some members of the neighborhood who proposed some technologies that exist in other places, the sleeping policeman or tope, and I was wondering how that might be incorporated in your process as something to test and or share and field with the neighbors as to their interest in that kind of thing.
Yeah, we need to do a little more research into that. It seems a little challenging from a test perspective in that it's generally a lump of asphalt that you have to put down and then pull back out. As part of, I think once we have the interim in place, we'll have some time to do some additional research and bring some of these ideas back to the larger group and see if there's more interest in them. I think there's certainly lots of pros and cons to those, but we can certainly do some more research and bring that information back.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question had to do with Lloyd, the Lloyd development. And I know that when we approved it, there was some money put up by the developer to do some studying. And just wondering what the status of that is and wanting to make sure that it happens in time before the development happens.
Right, so that per the condition, that's timed at their first building permit. I think with the COVID pandemic in 2020, Harris Teeter slowed down a lot of their plan development. So I think our timeline for that first building permit isn't until later this year or even early next year.
And in regard to the condition that had to do with traffic, how does that relate to the delay that Harris Teeter has?
I'm not sure which condition that you're referring to. There was the sort of the specific conditions in terms of the things that should be investigated, traffic calming measures, no through traffic signage, the development of a neighborhood level traffic calming study.
Okay, so that's what this process basically is directed by. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Just for clarity, I would add that the Carroll Street specifically was a different direction to address the existing conditions, whereas the neighborhood scale study would be to better address the impacts of Lloyd Farm. That's not what we're doing here. This is to just address the problem that's on the ground today.
Okay, so what we're not doing here today, when will that happen?
That was part of what I think in the agenda it said we're working on a timeline for all of that. When we're going to be doing that study, I think it might. We'll provide that information once we have it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks for that, Zach. Thanks for that, Sammy. I don't see anyone with their hand up in the waiting room that want to ask questions about this particular presentation. Zach, I want to say too, I really appreciated all the information, and in particular the FAQs. I think those were helpful, and I'm sure they were helpful to the folks at the meeting and the folks in the neighborhood. And I appreciate this update on both of these traffic calming situations that we've been hearing about. So thank you. All right, council members, I think we're ready now then to go on to our next item, Mr. Manager.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. The next item on your agenda is a public hearing on a text amendment to the land use ordinance relating to satellite parking. And I believe Tina has the staff report on that one.
And Tina, if you will raise your hand. Oh, I see you. Thank you.
Success. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I have just a short presentation if you'll allow me to share my screen real quick.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna hope that that's looking okay. So yes, good evening again. This is a public hearing for text amendments related to satellite parking. I can't quite tell if Chris Baldwin, the applicant, is on the call or not. We've had some correspondence. If you'd like to make some comments when I'm finished. So we've received the town has received an application for Chris Baldwin. He is the new owner or proprietor of 401 Main, which is the restaurant there at the intersection of Rosemary and East Main Street, related to the use of satellite parking, and specifically to allow our satellite parking provisions to be changed such that you could use satellite parking to meet your parking requirements, whether or not you could actually physically fit them on your lot. Two options for draft ordinances have been provided in your packet. The first one, option A, is simply a restatement of what the applicant has asked for, which would be to open up the satellite parking requirement. Option B reflects a little bit more thought from staff, placing the amendment into another section, the next section, 15299, which is a special provisions for situations where you have existing lots or kind of awkwardly configured lots where you may have difficulty putting parking in. So it sets up an exemption either in full or in part for the parking requirements. And in that section, we've set up the amendment so that it would be rather narrow in scope. It would allow up to 4 on-site parking spaces to be relocated to satellite spaces for a specific reason, and we've identified that as kind of an outdoor experience, such as outdoor dining, seating, or a stage area. That description is based off of what's in the application, so that's where that came from. and it would not apply to the required ADA spaces. So those spaces would have to stay on the site. In terms of some analysis, you've already heard the timing of the earlier item was actually helpful in a way because it was a good reminder of the fact that our existing parking is somewhat limited, particularly in the downtown. And traditionally, those who have it have shared it, and that has allowed our downtown to be successful and allowed some of those lots that don't physically have space for parking to be used and contribute to our overall vibrancy. Changing the parking standards sets up the possibility of increasing competition or demand as the pressure for those existing spaces increases, and there's always the potential that pressure can become pretty great at some point, making the lot more valuable than the lot with the building. Option A would be a significant departure from the way the town has handled parking in the past, which is, if you have space on your lot, you need to include on-site parking. And there's two efforts underway that will provide information related to parking, as already mentioned. One is the comprehensive plan, and the other is the work from Walter Bacher Consultants, who has been engaged by the town to update the parking count and develop some parking management strategies. As already mentioned tonight, that work was delayed because of COVID, simply because the counts wouldn't have been accurate. So I think we're looking at those counts beginning again in the fall. Option B responds to the applicant's request, but it does it in a more narrow scope or in a more narrow framework. We've been trying to get a grasp on the potential implications so that we could convey that to you. And what we believe with option B, we would be looking at those property owners or businesses of those existing lots where they have some on-site parking, but may be seeking some additional parking. And so we've been looking through our existing satellite parking agreements, which, as you know, are private agreements and can be sometimes difficult to keep track of simply because sometimes a business will go out of business and a new agreement will come into that. And so we're looking at potentially maybe 50, it's really less than 50 lots in the downtown that have that 1 to 10 on-site spaces. Less than 30 would fit that 1 to 5 spaces, and around 20 or so, that's 6 to 10. So those are most likely the type of properties that would be looking at this type of an amendment as an opportunity to add some flexibility to their existing use of space by using some satellite parking instead. So I'll stop there. I've got my general procedural notes, which I think you're familiar with, so I won't read those.
All right, thank you, Tina. And so I will open the public hearing on this. So let's go first with Barbara.
Thank you, Lydia, and thank you, Tina, for your presentation. I was just looking through the agenda packet, and I saw that you mentioned the Spotted Dog restaurant as an example of a site that uses the provision, and basically the kind of same setup over at 401 Main, in the interest of safety and just a great dining experience over there. I think about safety when I think about 401 Main and just the way that it's set up over there, and certainly can appreciate Mr. Baldwin's petition to us. And I for one, it's a no-brainer for me. The option B, I think, is definitely the one that I support here. And the Spotted Dog being named as an example was helpful to me, as another instance in town where the provision was used. So thank you again, Tina, for the presentation.
Thank you, Barbara. Let's go to Susan and then to Sammy.
Yes, thank you, Lydia. Thank you, Tina, for your presentation tonight. And I agree with Barbara. I also support option B. But I do have one question in terms of the up to 4 on-site parking spaces. looking at the language in Carrboro Vision 2020, and there's mention, the downtown should be nurtured as the social, cultural, economic center of the community where people work, gather, shop, socialize. So taking these on-site parking spaces and turning them into seating, tables and seating and small stages, it's hard to imagine a better use of space, right? In terms of meeting this Carrboro Vision goal, but also just making our downtown more vibrant and exciting. And so all of this is to say the up to 4 on-site parking spaces. I realize the demand, we put on our satellite parking if we're not careful, but was there consideration of going even higher than the 4, where there is on-site parking and restaurant owners or what have you want to use that for outside seating and stage areas? Boy, I feel like what a great use of that space. So your thoughts in terms of going even higher than the 4?
Thank you for that question. I think that might have come up at joint review as well. And I think in this scenario, when we knew that those other 2 efforts were underway, the comprehensive plan and the work by Walker, which offers an opportunity to begin to look at parking more comprehensively, it seemed this option B seemed to address the specific interests of the text of the ask, so to speak, from Mr. Baldwin. And then allowing kind of a broader look of parking to kind of come a little bit later on as we kind of get a little farther with the comprehensive plan and the other, where we could have a better sense of some other strategies.
Does that answer your question, Susan?
It does. I mean, I would actually be partial to just not, letting all on-site spaces be used for outside dining, seating, stage area. But I understand the constraints. Thank you, Tina.
Thank you, Susan. Let's go to Sammy and then.
Thanks. Susan, I think option A would allow what you're interested in. It doesn't set any limit. So satellite parking could be used to meet the standard, whether or not it's accommodated on the site. Which brings me to, I was curious, I was reading the recommendations from the advisory boards, and I was wondering why just if there's staff liaison for each of them or council liaisons who could share kind of the flavor of each of the perspectives, because they are all different. The Transportation Advisory Board is vehemently against option A. The Economic Sustainability Commission is for option B, but in the long term for option A. And then the Planning Board is for option B. It would be helpful to kind of understand not just what they prefer, but why they don't prefer the other ones. Because is there a staff liaison for each of those advisory boards or a council liaison who may be able to provide perspective?
Tina, are there any of those that you are familiar with? And then if not, we could kind of see if any staffers or board members are.
Well, I think there was not a board liaison at the ESC meeting that I recall. So I think traditionally we try to let the advisory boards kind of speak for themselves. I'm not sure.
Right. Got it.
If there are other liaisons who want to speak to the planning board or the CAB.
Okay, so the 3 that we have in our packet were, of course, as Sammy said, the planning board, the TAB, and then the ESC. Were any council members at any of those? Those were all on June 3rd. And so were any council members at those? Can give us a little sense of their discussion. Were you at one, Randy? Is that why your hand's up?
No, she would.
No, I was not. I
We're up for
was
next.
not able
Okay.
to attend, but
Well, wait, I'm sorry. Just a minute before you. I know I had you last on the next on the list.
Okay.
Any other council members at any of those meetings to be able to provide any insight on those? Okay.
Yeah, Lydia,
Yeah.
I feel like I was I think I was at the
The
TAB meeting on June 3rd. I also was I was surprised that the discussion, kind of went in that direction. But what I would like to do, if Zach is still here, if he could defer to the minutes from that meeting, if he could bring that
Yeah.
information forward, that would be good, because I don't want to speak,
Right.
out of trying to remember, because it was a pretty involved conversation how they came around to
Yeah,
that
I thought it was
decision.
interesting. So they came up with the LUO that would
They said no. Yeah.
Well, what they recommended was to allow parking for sites that could otherwise accommodate it, reviewed like case by case by the town council. Seemed like to me, rather than have that new provision that was really directed at the one involving Chris. So it seemed a little like they were expensive, but they were tighter about it. So, but yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, let's
So,
go.
Lydia, my second question is, thanks for that, Barbara. My second question is, I was so basically I'm all for satellite parking. My concern is that most of our parking in our town, which isn't accessible, is privately held, and so the question of how do we guarantee? I mean, it doesn't sound like we're able to keep track of these agreements, and so there's a possibility that people are supposed to be having agreements, they don't. And then the town is left holding the bag. There's a real material cost when represented by having the parking that you want on your property. You're responsible for it. And as soon as we're allowing for that to be off-site, the presumption is that they're paying for it, leasing it somewhere else, but we're not keeping track of it. And so what we might be ending up doing is exacerbating this sense of there not being enough parking in the downtown and putting pressure on the town. So generally speaking, I'm for it. I'm just wary of taking this approach when we don't have the mechanisms in place to protect the parking ecosystem that we need.
Yeah, I hear you, Sammy. My sense, and then I'll go to Randy and then Susan. My sense would be, it seems as we continue to study this and figure out how we get at this private supply, that almost has to involve a really accurate inventory of, okay, what's your parking, what you got, where is it? And hopefully that's something when, as John's digging in deeper and when we start opening up it again, we can kind of get at that. I think that's a very real question. So let's go to Randy and then Susan and then Damon.
Yeah, I just wanted to, and I wasn't able to attend the meeting this last week, but the ESC's position, with option B, I agree, but I also agree with Susan's assessment that maybe 4 spots are not enough, and I wonder if that's something we need to think about. Sammy raised a great question. Well, doesn't that mean that it's really option A that you would support? This is trickier than it looks. I want 401 and Spotted Dog and all of the small footprints to be able to expand their outdoor space and outdoor use. I remember what a breath of fresh air it was when Jesse opened up the side patio and created a wonderful, wonderful space that made Jesse's vibrant. And now Chris at 401 has created a delightful space in the triangle in front of his building. And to tell you the truth, parking in that space is dangerous. It's dangerous because you have traffic coming from multiple places, and I've cycled there, and as a cyclist trying to get in and out of there when there's cars coming in and out, that was really treacherous. So I just think that one of the things we might have to look at is, how many places have that odd shape and have a very small footprint where their businesses could expand, and then we could be looking at their need in particular for satellite parking and address that very specifically. But I support Chris's need and businesses of the like. I have a hard time doing it a case-by-case basis, because then it becomes very subjective, and I worry about that, and I want to signal that. But I think this may require a little bit more conversation about what is the best way forward for not only this particular business, but other businesses that may also have a need to have satellite parking, and 4 spots just won't cut it.
Thanks, Randy. Yeah, I think I'm leaning toward B, just because of that. It's not as open as A, but it does get at some specificity. But all right, I have Susan next, and Susan's already spoken, but I'm going to go back to Susan. But Damon and Jackie haven't spoken yet, but let's go ahead and that's the order I'm in right now. But go ahead, Susan.
Yeah, I'm really quick. I appreciate that, because that's kind of how I'm leaning to now that I appreciate the pressures this would put on this uncertainties all around the satellite parking with option A. But I did have just one really quick question, Tina, on option A. So this suggests that you don't even need to set aside spaces, ADA spaces in option A. I see ADA spaces for option B, but not for option A.
Yeah, we wanted to be clear with option B that you could not opt out of the ADA spaces. I'm not sure with option A. I think even so, based on the building code requirement, which really handles ADA spaces, I think you might still need to meet that if you can. The scenario of the spotted dog, which is really a total exemption, they do not have any ADA spaces. I'm not sure if you could, so that, and maybe I'm not saying this clearly. So in this case of the spotted dog, they are already using 15,299 so that they're not required to have any parking because they don't have any place to put it. And they are to continue to seek satellite parking. This would be a slightly different situation. So I think that you would probably still need to have the ADA space if you physically have a place to put it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure that we could completely allow that to be removed with satellite parking. Mm-hmm. But I'll certainly clarify that. That's a good question. I should have had a stronger answer. So I'll look into that before the 22nd if you wish to bring it back then.
I will say, Susan, just looking at the original language of 15,298A, which I ran out just because I wanted to compare it. It's only like 4 or 5 words difference, and it does not currently address the ADA parking spaces. So maybe it's in conjunction with wherever it is in the code, or as Tina said, maybe it's part of the of where it is with the code. All right, let's go to Damon and then Jackie.
Thanks, Lydia. So I guess before I say anything, I do want to make sure we don't miss that this is a public hearing and that I assume we have at least one person in the audience who's here to speak on this topic. So I know we're all sharing our thoughts now, but I'd like for us to hear from the public. Having said that, I will just weigh in as everyone else has and say, I'm fine with leaning toward option B for some of the reasons others have said, as well as for some of the reasons that Tina suggested around, some additional work being done to inform the comprehensive plan and some other things. One other comment I just wanted to make, and I'm not really sure where this fits in the conversation, but it's something that comes to mind for me. Last year in the spring, after the pandemic had started and we were beginning to wrestle with some of these questions about the needs of our local businesses and being able to expand into spaces that had not previously been used for dining and so on. We talked a fair amount about, seeing this experience as an opportunity to rethink some things. And, this idea that maybe if some of our businesses are telling us that what they prefer is to use some of their outdoor space for dining and drinking and so on, rather than for parking, then maybe we should hear that. Maybe we should hear about the experiences of people in our community who have appreciated the opportunity to relearn how to be in spaces like that when previously they've been expected to just park a car there and go inside. So I just wanted to, bring that conversation back up, or at least remind us all that we've had that conversation a little bit. I'm fine with us moving forward with this idea here because it meets the need that Mr. Baldwin has identified for his business, and I think it makes sense in that particular location. I agree with Randy. I'm not particularly hot on the idea of setting up a system where we're doing case-by-case judgments. I feel like let's stay away from that as much as possible in all contexts, not just this one. But I would be fine with moving forward with this, although I'm looking forward to hearing from Jackie and others, and as well as whoever is here from the public to speak.
Thank you, Damon. After Jackie, I'll open the public hearing and we'll see if anyone in the audience wants to speak. Jackie?
I agree with what Damon just said. I was thinking how one of the few bright spots in the pandemic was that when we started coming back, people started being outside and in groups together, and there's something much more social about that, along with being a lot safer. And one of the spaces people like to go is the one which brings us here tonight. I do think that because we have and I'm leaning towards option B, or I will vote for option B. Because we have a parking study going on and we have a comprehensive plan, I wonder if we could put some kind of sunset on this, whether it would be like 2 years or 3 years to come back and revisit this and make sure that it's still working and meeting the need. I want to get this done soon because we only have one more meeting, and I certainly want people to be settled for the summer. But because we still have things in play, I would like to come back to it a year, 2 years from now.
All right. We'll chat and see if we want to add that in, as Jackie says. So I'm opening up the public hearing. I believe Katie wanted to speak to us about this, and I don't know if there's anyone else who wants to speak for the public, but Kathy, let's go ahead and bring Katie over here. So, okay.
Hello again.
Hello.
Well, the CBA talked about this in depth this morning at their monthly meeting. And what I heard was a lot of the same sentiment that Council Member Slade mentioned. There is a general this concept is good. That's where the CBA landed, that the idea that small businesses can have a higher and better use for their property and bring it to life with music and tables and all is just so ideal. The challenge is really in the execution or process of this. And as Councilmember Slade mentioned, with parking being such a precious commodity, right? So if people are going to have satellite parking, they've got to have a place to put their cars, and it needs to be proximate to their business. And so there needs to be some kind of record keeping to just keep track of this and making sure that no one is shirking this system. But we think that this is really fit for purpose for Mr. Baldwin's use, but we would encourage you to think about how to make sure that the town has what they need to help keep track of things, so that it's done in a way that's enforceable and ensures that the satellite parking is walkable, it's proximate. And this does kind of for the CBA, it gets to the philosophical point that they continue to come back to, which is centralized parking. If we could have a centralized place, then a lot of our local businesses actually would probably opt into something where they could do away with their parking on site, which is sort of makeshift anyway, oftentimes, and buy into a central spot and then really bring their parcels to life for the community. So I think this, Mr. Baldwin is really touching on something here that could be a much broader discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. And let me see if there's anyone else in the audience. I don't think in the waiting room that wants to speak to us. I don't see any other members of the public. I want to respond to that, but let's go to Damon first.
I guess I just, in listening to folks talk, it seemed like there was a general interest in, at least for the time, at least in some measured way, moving toward option B. It sounds like we have to, it has to come back to us anyway because of the public hearing rules around this right now. But I wanted to make sure I'm reading that right, just so that staff knows where they're going after tonight.
Yeah. Thank you, Damon. So yes, staff is getting information from us. They're hearing our comments. We can continue to receive public comment, but we'll have it a subsequent agenda item, hopefully next week, with the resolution of consistency and probably along the lines of what we're kind of moving toward here, which it seems like there's a majority toward option 2. But let's go on here with Randy and then Sammy, and then maybe we can kind of come towards some kind of closing of this topic. So go ahead.
Okay,
Mandy.
so I really like what Jackie had to say. I was thinking it makes a lot of sense for us to be informed by the comprehensive plan. So if there's a way, let's say just for argument's sake, we agree to go with option B and created some kind of a sunset statement to revisit after we have the comprehensive plan and we've got some data collected on how this looks, and have the experience with how it's working. So Jackie, if you'd like to make a motion that I would support that, because I think that the comprehensive plan, so many folks are going to be doing deep work, and we definitely don't want to paint ourselves into a corner. In fact, what we want to do is create something that is informed by not only how the economy is going to start to shift post-pandemic, but how the comprehensive plan can be enacted.
Can I make a quick suggestion before Jackie makes any motion?
Sure.
I don't know if we want to sunset per se, which does away with it, because there will be investment on those spaces by the businesses who are expanding. I think what we're looking for is a definitive check-in of
an evaluation. Sure.
Yeah, just a
Randy,
definitive one.
I think I would make that next week, not this week. I appreciate your support, but I think
that's fine.
But thank you.
When staff brings it back next week, they should bring it back with language that we could work with.
So Tina, you're getting some of this language around where preferences toward number 2, but with a check-in in a few years after the comprehensive plan and seeing how it's going, and as our parking evolves, etc. So, Sammy.
Yeah, I agree. I think we need to check in. I do think that, not just the comprehensive plan, the parking access study is basically all about what we're talking about here. And so it's that kind of context that will inform where to proceed. And I wouldn't be averse to a sunset. Sunset would basically mean all who have done this, you've been you're grandfathered in. I also don't want to run for everyone to do it because of the sunset. So I just want to make sure that we do have a check-in, because oftentimes we will say we want to do something and the next council, we forget. So we need to just remember.
No, Sammy, that's good. Yeah. So staff, if you choose to call it a sunset, whatever, if the people who have done it are okay, that's fine. But the point being that we want to check in after we can better evaluate how our parking is shaking out now, how our comprehensive plan is going, and have that for us with that consistency resolution. So, all right, I'm going to close the public hearing. This agenda item is now over, and we're on to our very last agenda item, which I don't think will take terribly long, but Mr. Manager, give us this last item.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. The last item on your agenda is a public hearing on text amendments to the LUO for compliance with Chapter 160D. And I believe that Tina has the staff report for that one also.
All right, Tina, are you with us? Did you leave and you're coming back? Let's see.
She's had enough.
Tina.
She's had enough. She left.
Tina.
Your hand.
You know,
she finished. Yeah.
Oh, here she comes. Nope, that's AV Town Hall.
Tina.
Well,
she's number 7 over there. She's got her hand up.
Okay.
Around when I click on them, I think I sent the wrong one over.
So Tina is back with us to present this last item here.
And you're catching something on my screen, so my apologies for that. Yes, I have a really short presentation just to hit the highlights, if I may. And then, okay, I think I've got it. I have, thank you. This is, as you've said, this is a public hearing for the 160D text amendments. And I have managed to get the highlights, the 20 substantive changes on 2 slides. So I'll let you read them, and I'll just hit the most important of them. And those are really the new requirement for a comprehensive plan. And that's something that, as you know, the town has underway to meet that deadline, which is July 2022. Some updated documents for consistency that will include the comprehensive plan, and it will update, it will remove the reference to the thoroughfare plans and get it more current with the long-range transportation plans that we work on through the MPO. It will remove conditional use districts, and it will remove conditional use permits. So we will be automatically converting valid conditional use districts to conditional districts. And as you know, the difference between those is with a conditional use district, the rezoning and permit happen simultaneously. With a conditional district, it's the rezoning first and then the permit comes after that. Some of our specialty kind of conditional use districts, we are converting those to conditional districts. So that's the VMU, the M3, which is what is the district for South Green, as well as the office assembly district. Those are really the key things. We've added some language related to the modification process for conditional zonings, and that's really what can occur as a minor modification that staff can handle administratively. We'd added the neighborhood information meeting for conditional rezonings, and I'll just jump to the next thing. We've added some language related to administrative determinations. We've talked about that before. Those are staff decisions. And we've rewritten, based on 160D, the vested rights section, which has a new language related to permit choice, vested rights and site-specific developments. We've added some language related to standing and statutes of limitations. Interesting new language related to stays of fees, meaning during an appeal, we can neither collect nor assess additional fees. So that's a little bit of a change for us. We've updated the language related to our neighborhood preservation districts, which is at the very end of the ordinance, to be clear that for the neighborhood preservation districts, they're guidelines. For historic districts, they're standards, they're design standards. And we've updated the standards related to performance guarantees. Those are quite specific in 160D. We've also updated the language for our advisory boards related to what the 160D is calling proportional representation, and that excuse me, means that with each census, we need to make sure that we've included proper representation for the ETJ folks. We've also expanded the conflict of interest provisions, and we've made those administrative changes that are specific to Carrboro. So I think I've hit the highlights. I apologize that it's so much material, but I've tried to make it as clear as we can make it, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Well, Tina, no, you all have done a great job. I'll get to hands in a minute here. I'm going to open the public hearing. But of course, as we know that I was looking back at the previous meeting agendas, we've had at least 4 to 5 to 6, actually maybe even 6 previous meetings where we really dug in a little more detail into each of these. And of course, this is the summary of all of these changes that we're going to be making to our land use ordinance. Let's go to Sammy and then Damon.
Well, first, thanks to everyone who was involved with this. I know there's a lot of staff, Tina, Marty, and Nick, and Kathy, and Trish. I just had one question in regard to the proportional representation for ETJ, which it says for certain advisory boards. Are there any more advisory boards beyond the ETJ, the transition area group that would be affected by this?
So 160D specifically calls out the planning board, the board of adjustment, and the appearance commission. Right now in the ordinance, we already have ETJ representation for the planning board and I believe the board of adjustment. So the only thing that's really new is the appearance commission. I don't know why an appearance commission was identified and called out specifically, but it was. So we'll make that change. I don't believe we have to do any of the others unless there's an interest of the town to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sammy and Damon.
I'd be very quick. Mainly, I wanted to, sort of say what Sammy is, which is to say thank you to all the people in the clerk's office, the attorney's office, and town staff for all the work that went into this. As Lydia said, we got updates along the way for what we'd be tackling here. And so just really appreciate all the work. And just to, I guess, confirm maybe, Tina, for folks who may be watching right now, or maybe watching the recording later, more likely, that by and large, these changes, the substantive changes, are really in response to changes in statute by the state, and that we're looking to bring our ordinance into accord with those changes by the General Assembly. So I guess maybe part one of my question is, am I right in saying that, right? And then part number two of my question is, are there sort of notable areas in your mind from what's been presenting to us over the past several months where that's not the case, where there are things that the staff has done here where you thought, well, we need to make this change and this is the right time to do it, even though it's not required?
For the most part, we've tried to really limit things to 160D, knowing that when the comprehensive plan is finished, that the next step, the implementation of that, will likely involve taking a fresh look at the ordinance. So we've not really done substantial changes. I would probably say that one of the biggest areas that we've made some changes that you will notice will be in the conditional districts. And that may make sense because people have become or starting to use conditional district rezoning more anyway, just because of the opportunities to have more of a community conversation with those applications. So we're seeing that trend anyway. So I think some of those revisions are probably things that the town will find of benefit. The permit choice and the vested rights are pretty substantial rewrites. And so we'll just have to see kind of what that means to the town as we move forward.
Okay, great. Thanks, Tina. And I'll just say one last thing, and that is, really super thrilled that we're achieving this goal of having a gender neutral code in this regard. And, that's been coming for a while too. And I appreciate the clerk's work in helping to make that happen. We got some kudos by email today about Kathy, our town clerk, presenting on this work over at UNC, and how excited folks there were to hear about what she'd been doing. And so just want to congratulate Kathy again, and thanks to everyone for being involved in it.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that, Damon. Appreciate that. Let's go to Jackie.
Just real quickly, because my husband just told me my dinner was ready. This is an incredible amount of work. I wish we were giving it more time. I think our staff is just, you're so great at the details and at making sure that we've got everything right in the town. And I know this represents hundreds of hours for many staff, and I really, really appreciate it. One thing I don't appreciate is that some of this, not all of it, but a great deal of it, is because our state legislature, who believes in small government, keeps trying to interfere in people that do small government. So I'm sorry that this has been foisted on us, the parts of it that were foisted on us, and I really appreciate all the work you've all done. So thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Okay, so I had already opened up the public hearing. I don't see anyone in the waiting room that wants to speak, and we've all spoken. And so we have received public comment, and so we'll have an agenda item to be able to adopt it at our next meeting, which is our last meeting before July 1st, which is when we have to adopt it, which is next week. So that is the last item on our agenda. And so I'll entertain a motion to adjourn, but let me just very quickly say, next week is our last meeting. I just want to point out next week is Mr. Manager's last meeting. And so
dang.
Be kind of a momentum.
David, where you going?
He's aware of that, but just want to point that out, Mr. Manager. I know that, you're probably it's probably weird for you to be thinking next week's going to be your last meeting with us. So
it is a weird feeling.
Where are you going, David?
And tonight, David, we were trying to make it easier for you to leave.
There you go.
You did a great job. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Hey, this is the first time we've gone this late all year, so we've really done pretty good.
It's good. It's good for us.
It's all good. Let's have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
By Barbara, second by Damon. All in favor, say aye. Everyone raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Bye.
Bye.
See y'all around.
Bye. Good night, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.